Name Lin Fan. Level LV4. Level 4 reward 10 yuan for every breath, 10 yuan for every second of sleep, 10 yuan for every step taken. Rewards are distributed at 12 a.m. daily. Upgrade cost 2.97 million, 10 million, not including gifts and gambling. In addition, all items obtained from the system are prohibited from being traded. Skills: professional driving skills, charming aura, 5% chance to trigger love at first sight and unforgettable love. Violent aesthetics, drinking gentleman, absolute focus, 5% chance to trigger a flash of inspiration. Professor-level mathematics experience, eyes of truth, professional basketball technique, pianist-level performance. Funds 11.5 million. Lin Fan looked at the systems list, then closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, a warm ray of the morning sun shone through the window and into dorm 104. Ring, ring, ring. Almost at the same time, 3 different bells rang in the dormitory. Ma Zhang, Song Yi, and Zhang Jinbao, who were originally sleeping soundly, sat up from the bed together and quickly put on their clothes. "What's wrong with you guys?" Lin Fan asked. Yesterday, they took a long time before they got up unwillingly. Today, they were like completely different people. "It's Teacher Tianxin's class, it's Teacher Tianxin's class," Zhang Jinbao shouted. Lin Fan was still puzzled, but he still washed up and got dressed. On the way to the classroom, Lin Fan saw the 3 of them walking anxiously and asked, "Is Teacher Tianxin's class very important?" "It's important, it's too important. I feel uncomfortable if I go without seeing Teacher Tianxin for a day," Zhang Jinbao said. "Brother Fan, let's go," Song Yi said, "otherwise there won't be any seats left later." No seats. The university classrooms were very spacious. Lin Fan had been going to classes for the past 2 days, and there were many empty seats in the classroom each time. Would there be no seats today? Lin Fan was filled with questions as he finally arrived at the classroom. It was only now that he understood why Song Yi and the others had said that. There were still more than 10 minutes before class started. However, the classroom was already filled with people. Zhang Jinbao pointed to the last row and said excitedly, "There are still 4 seats left. Let's go, let's hurry over, don't let anyone else take them." When Lin Fan and the others sat down, all the seats were filled. Those who entered the classroom now could only sigh helplessly and leave after seeing the seating arrangement. "Why are there so many people in this teacher's class?" Lin Fan asked. "You'll know later," Song Yi said excitedly. Ring. At this moment the school bell rang. In an instant, the originally chaotic classroom became as quiet as a pin drop. Step, step, step. A series of crisp footsteps approached from afar. Soon, a beautiful woman walked to the podium. She had long hair that fell like a waterfall, and on her delicate face she had willow-leaf eyebrows, slender eyes, a small nose, and a cherry-like mouth. She was wearing a white dress that outlined her perfect body. In addition, she exuded a special charm that made people unable to move their heads away from her. Lin Fan could not help but use his eyes of truth to observe her. Appearance 98. Favorability 60. A face value of 98. It was close to full marks. Perhaps all the classic poems were about her. It was no wonder that his classmates were in such a hurry to attend her class. A favorability score of 60, he had reached the passing line of 60 points. She seemed to have a good impression of him. Could it be that she was a teacher who treated every student as a friend? At this moment, Hu Tian, who was standing on the podium, said, "Today, we'll continue the lesson on advanced algebra." Her voice was as sweet and magnetic as her name, making people not want to miss a single word. After a while, Hu Tian wrote a question on the blackboard. Find all the prime numbers p, q, r and make pq plus p r a completely square number. Everyone can try to answer it, Hu Tian said. All the students immediately picked up their pens and began to write on the draft paper. They wanted to use the shortest amount of time to solve the problem and gain Hu Tian's attention. However, very quickly, all the students started to scratch their ears and cheeks. They did not know how to answer. "Ma Zhang, you still haven't answered it," Zhang Jinbao anxiously asked. "It's already been so long." "Don't be anxious," Ma Zhang said. Don't let anyone beat you to it. If you can't answer it, then I hope that no one else can, Song Yi silently prayed. Hu Tian's eyes were as bright as water as she scanned the classroom as if she was looking for someone who could answer the questions. Unfortunately, no one raised their hands to answer the question. Lin Fan, can you come over and answer the question? Hu Tian asked. Lin Fan stood up slowly. Instantly, all the students' gazes fell on Lin Fan. Their gazes were full of envy and jealousy. Lin Fan did not understand why Hu Tian would suddenly call him out. I didn't raise my hand, did I? Lin Fan first looked at the question on the blackboard and thought for a moment. Then, he walked to the podium and picked up the chalk to write quickly. If Q equals R, then PQ plus PR equals 2PQ. Therefore, P equals 2 and Q is a prime number. Therefore 2QQ is the group of three prime numbers that meets the conditions. In summary, 225252, 323332, 2QQQ equals 3. Soon, a large number of equations were written on the blackboard, and the answer was finally obtained. Yes, Hu Tian nodded and said, the answer is correct. Moreover, it's even simpler than the calculation method I thought of. But this is still not the easiest way to solve the problem, Lin Fan said. Oh, Hu Tian's interest was piqued. Then, under Hu Tian's expectant gaze, Lin Fan wrote down the steps to solve the problem, which was almost simplified by half. When Hu Tian saw this, her beautiful eyes brightened as she exclaimed in admiration, I didn't expect prime numbers to be calculated like this. After a moment of silence, Hu Tian said, if we use this method perhaps. Hu Tian could not help but quickly write on the blackboard. Q equals P1M1 plus B1 equals P2M2 plus B2, PKMK plus BK. Q equals 41 equals 2M plus 1 equals 3M plus 2 equals 5M plus 1. Not long after, Hu Tian stopped writing. Then she looked at Lin Fan with a gaze that was seeking help. Twin prime number conjecture, Lin Fan asked. Ever since he received professor-level mathematics experience, he had a lot of mathematics-related information in his brain. Of course, he knew about the world-class problem, the twin prime number conjecture. Yes, Hu Tian nodded. Lin Fan picked up a piece of chalk and quickly wrote down something below Hu Tian's formulas. However, even with Lin Fan's professor-level mathematics experience and absolute focus, if he couldn't trigger the 5% flash of inspiration, he wouldn't be able to solve the twin prime conjecture. After a while, Lin Fan also stopped. What do you think of the above calculations if we change it to PQ plus QB equals 3M plus 2? Lin Fan thought for a moment and shook his head. No, let's change it to 5P5M plus PQ. The two of them discussed as they wrote down the steps to solve the problem. Very soon, the entire blackboard was filled with densely packed calculations. Lin Fan looked at the blackboard, which had no more space to write on. He put down the chalk in his hand and said, the twin prime number conjecture is a huge project that needs to be carefully studied and explored. Let's end it here for today. Hu Tian nodded in agreement and said, can we exchange contact information? It'll make it easier for us to discuss at any time. Of course we can, Lin Fan replied. Then the two of them took out their phones and added each other's WeChat and mobile numbers. Ring. It was at this time that the bell that marked the end of class rang. Hu Tian slowly left the classroom. All the students' eyes were fixed on the podium and on Lin Fan. Their eyes were red. One lesson, an entire lesson. Hu Tian and Lin Fan stood together and discussed the problem for an entire lesson. In the end, they even added each other's WeChat and mobile numbers. Hu Tian's WeChat and mobile number. Envy, jealousy. If looks could kill, Lin Fan's heart would have been pierced by 1,000 arrows and he would have been cut into pieces. Lin Fan touched his nose and returned to his seat. Teacher Tianchen actually took the initiative to add Brother Fan as a friend on WeChat. Oh my God, Song Yi shouted to the sky. I know I won't have the chance to add Teacher Tianchen on WeChat, but Brother Fan, please let me see Teacher Tianchen's moments. I hope that my wish in this life will be fulfilled. After Zhang Jinbao finished speaking, he immediately hugged Lin Fan's thigh. Lin Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry when he saw how the two of them were acting. "Brother Fan, can you teach me how to calculate this?" After Ma Zhang said this, he could not help but blush. Yesterday, he had told him that if he had any questions, he could ask him at any time. In the end, he had to ask Lin Fan instead. In this regard, he was stunned. Lin Fan was not too bothered. He easily answered Ma Zhang's question and then sent Zhang Jinbao and Song Yi away. At this point, his ears finally regained their peace. At this moment, a faint fragrance drifted over. Then a beautiful figure appeared beside him. Her facial features were sweet, her skin was smooth, and her black hair fell naturally on her slender shoulders. She was as gentle as water, quiet and elegant. "Lin Fan, we meet again. My name is Song Jiaxin." As Song Jiaxin spoke, she took the initiative to stretch out her slender hand. "We meet again." Lin Fan secretly used his eyes of truth to observe Song Jiaxin. Appearance 95. Favorability 60. Another great beauty. In addition, his favorability had reached 60. This Song Jiaxin seemed to have a good impression of him. However, he did not know her at all. Even though he was suspicious, Lin Fan still extended his hand and said, "Hello, have we met before? A few days ago you drove a Lamborghini and easily overtook my Ferrari on the highway," Song Jiaxin said. When Lin Fan heard that, he suddenly remembered and said, "So, it's you." That day, after Lin Fan found out that his father Lin Tao was seriously ill, he wanted to return to Qing City in the shortest time possible. Thus he drove at the fastest speed he could. On the way, he saw a Ferrari driving at high speed. However, Lin Fan did not pay attention to the driver of the Ferrari. Song Jiaxin said, "You remember, I rarely see someone of my age with such good skills. Could you add me on WeChat?" Of course, Lin Fan said. Beep. With a light ring, the two successfully added each other as friends. "All right, let's talk again when we're free," Song Jiaxin said. After speaking, Song Jiaxin turned around and left. At the side, Song Yi, Zhang Jinbao, and Ma Zhang had their mouths in an O shape. They slowly closed their mouths. "Brother Fan, can you let me see Song Jiaxin's moments?" Zhang Jinbao said in a daze. Song Yi looked up and shouted, "Heavens!" First, it was the beautiful twin girls who added Brother Fan on WeChat. Then it was Teacher Tianxian who added Brother Fan on WeChat. Now even the Ice Queen Song Jiaxin has added Brother Fan on WeChat. "Brother Fan, you're my brother." "Brother Fan, you're really too amazing," Ma Zhang said in a daze. Lin Fan only laughed in response to their lamentations. Female dormitory, room 502. The beautiful twin girls stared at Lin Fan's WeChat without blinking. After a long time, they opened the dialog box. They continued to type the message they had edited yesterday. "Red, hey, are you asleep? Thank you for stopping the basketball and saving me. The moon is so round today. Did you see it? I didn't see you play basketball today. Will you play tomorrow?" Blue, hi, are you asleep? Thank you for stopping the basketball and saving me. The moon is so round today. Did you see it? I didn't see you play basketball today. Will you play tomorrow? Then the two of them stretched out their slender fingers wanting to click send. However, just as they were about to touch the screen, they stopped simultaneously and could not press it. For the next 2 days, Lin Fan was extremely relaxed and satisfied. The red packets he received at 12 o'clock every day were all cash. In addition to the cash he earned from walking, sleeping, and breathing, Lin Fan's funds had already reached 15 million. On this day, Lin Fan had just finished class and was walking back to his dormitory. Ring! The phone in his pocket vibrated slightly. Lin Fan casually looked at his phone. It was a WeChat message from Song Jiaxin. "Song Jiaxin, there's a car race tonight. Are you interested in joining us?" Lin Fan had nothing to do at night anyway. Then he thought of the satisfying feeling of racing. Hence he replied to the message. "All right." It was 9 o'clock in the evening. The night was as dark as ink. There was only a crescent moon hanging in the sky like a boat. Song Jiaxin sat in the front passenger seat of the Lamborghini and asked, "Your car doesn't seem to have undergone any modifications." Yeah, Lin Fan nodded. Then how did you go so fast a few days ago? Song Jiaxin said. Maybe because it has 700 horsepower, Lin Fan said. Song Jiaxin choked. Of course. She knew that the Lamborghini had 700 horsepower, but without a modified tail, custom-made wheels, and engine adjustments, its speed would only be that. At this moment, at the foot of East Mountain Road, more than a dozen cool sports cars had gathered. Nearly 20 young and beautiful men and women were gathered together. They were all well-known rich second generations in Jiangbei. Boom! Finally, Lin Fan's Lamborghini stopped behind them. When some people saw Song Jiaxin, they all greeted her. It's Sister Jiaxin. Big Sister Jiaxin, did you change your car? No, this is my friend Lin Fan's car, Song Jiaxin shook her head. Lin Fan. Only then did the crowd start to size Lin Fan up. A man in an Armani shirt said, Sis Jiaxin, he can't be your boyfriend, right? We're classmates, Song Jiaxin replied. Boom. Boom. At this moment, a beast-like roar came from the distance. Then, a black Lamborghini and a royal blue McLaren P1 drove past them together. Finally, they stopped firmly in front of everyone. It's Liu Yuheng and Sun Luguo. The two of them have been fighting for years, right? I didn't expect the smell of gunpowder to be so strong right as they showed up. After all, Liu Pharmaceuticals and Sun Pharmaceuticals have been fighting for decades. They can be considered enemies. The crowd whispered in disgust. Lin Fan's expression changed slightly. For the past few days, Lin Fan had been thinking of all sorts of ways to get his hands on the 100-year-old ginseng and the 100-year-old spirit branch. Liu Pharmaceuticals and Sun Pharmaceuticals were both well-known pharmaceutical companies in Jiang Province. There might be some hope in getting those things through them. Soon, two young men of medium build walked out of the Lamborghini and the McLaren P1. The two of them looked at each other and there were faint sparks flashing between their eyes. They were full of provocation. After a while, Sun Luguo, who was wearing a white shirt, said, Big Sister Jiaxin, I didn't expect you to be here. Song Jiaxin said, It's rare for it to be so lively, of course I can't miss it, what's the game today? That Sun Luguo insists on giving me his P1. Although it's a little ugly on the outside, I can still reluctantly accept it, said Liu Yuheng, clad in a plaid shirt. Shameless, Sun Luguo grunted. Big Sister Jiaxin, Liu Yuheng and I are having a race. We're going to run a lap along East Mountain Road. The bet is my McLaren P1 and his Lamborghini. Liu Yuheng called out, Everyone, you may all join the match. If you win, the McLaren P1 and the Lamborghini will be yours. Sun Luguo frowned slightly when he heard this, but he did not say anything. After hearing Liu Yuheng's words, the crowd burst into cheers. Even though everyone present had assets of at least 100 million, they could not buy the McLaren P1 and the Lamborghini so easily. The McLaren P1 was a supercar that was worth 14 million. Liu Yuheng's Lamborghini had cost a lot of money to modify, and it was probably worth more than 14 million. In other words, once they won the race, they would immediately receive two sports cars that were worth at least 28 million combined. How could they not be excited? Liu Yuheng's mood improved when he saw how happy everyone was. Big Sister Jiaxin, you didn't drive your Ferrari EF90 over today. I came here with my friend. Song Jiaxin tilted her head and asked, Lin Fan, are you going to participate in the competition? Might as well since I'm here, Lin Fan said. Do you mind if I become your navigator? Song Jiaxin asked with a smile. It'd be an honor, Lin Fan said. Liu Yuheng could not help but secretly size up Lin Fan. To be able to get close to Song Jiaxin, there must be more to him than meets the eye. Brother Lin, so you like racing too? We're totally vibing, however I think your Aventador hasn't been modified at all, Liu Yuheng said with a smile. Yes, in fact I've only had it for a few days, Lin Fan said. Liu Yuheng nodded and said, I see, Brother Lin, I have some experience in modifying Lamborghini cars. If you want to modify it in the future you can contact me at any time. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. If I need to modify it I'll definitely contact you, Lin Fan said. It's a shame you'll be going up against me tonight, Brother Lin, Liu Yuheng said. Otherwise, we might have been able to have a good fight today. Obviously, he was implying that since Lin Fan's car had not been modified, its performance could not keep up with his Lamborghini. There was no way Lin Fan could overtake him. We can still compete today, Lin Fan said. Brother Lin, you're very confident. I like people like you. Good, ha ha ha, Liu Yuheng laughed. Liu Yuheng looked like a rough Chad. However, he was very meticulous. He could easily establish any form of connection with others by exchanging a few words. It had to be said that none of these rich second generations were simpletons. It's about time, Liu Yuheng called out. Ladies and gents, get ready for the competition. Those who wanted to participate in the race heard this and got into their sports cars. In the end, a total of 8 cars were participating in the race. The rest of the people also wanted to win the McLaren P1 and Lamborghini. However, they knew very well that whether it was their driving skills or the performance of their own cars, they could not win at all. Since that was the case, there was no need to participate. By doing this, they could avoid embarrassing themselves. Song Jiaxin, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, asked, "Have you ever driven on East Mountain Road before?" No, Lin Fan shook his head. Song Jiaxin could not help but tighten her grip on the armrest. Later, you can drive slowly. This road is quite narrow. Moreover, there are many sharp turns, so safety is the most important. It was obvious that Song Jiaxin did not have any hope that Lin Fan would win. Even though she had already seen Lin Fan's outstanding driving skills, the unfamiliar roads and the inherent shortcomings of ordinary vehicles were not something that driving skills could overcome. All right, Lin Fan nodded. At this time, the referee standing in front of the cars waved the red flag in his hand. Boom! Instantly, a deafening rumble sounded at the foot of the mountain. Then the 8 supercars galloped forward like wild beasts. Out of the 8 cars, Lin Fan's Lamborghini seemed to have the most average performance. However, with his professional driving skills, he overtook 3 cars and easily got into 4th place. Song Jiaxin looked at Lin Fan's familiar movements and nodded her head. There's an S-shaped curve 1 kilometer ahead. All right, Lin Fan replied. As he finished speaking, his bright black eyes stared straight ahead. Be focused, be calm. However, he did not even lift his foot off of the accelerator. On the contrary, he kept accelerating and accelerating. 200 km per hour. 210 km per hour. Song Jiaxin saw that they were getting closer and closer to the corner and her heart was beating wildly. She could not help but ask again, Lin Fan, it's an S-shaped curve ahead. It was no wonder Song Jiaxin was so nervous. It was a mountain road. If they hit the railing at 200 km per hour, the car would be destroyed and the people inside would die. Luck played no role in the matter. Finally, the Lamborghini arrived at the bend. Lin Fan still did not slow down. Song Jiaxin's face turned pale, her beautiful forehead and palms were covered in sweat. Just as Song Jiaxin thought that they were going to hit the railing, Lin Fan finally moved. Screech! Lin Fan turned the steering wheel and the entire car was like a nimble fish. With a beautiful drift, it passed through the S-shaped curve. At the foot of the mountain, the rich second generations stared at the screen and let out a burst of exclamations. F***CK, that drift is simply too awesome. I thought they were going to crash. An expert, that was definitely an expert. After the S-turn, it was a straight road ahead. Lin Fan, safety is the most important. Song Jiaxin heaved a sigh of relief. Yeah, Lin Fan replied. Then he stepped even harder on the accelerator. The car sped up again. 240 km per hour. 250 km per hour. Whoosh! Song Jiaxin only heard a whistling sound in her ears, and the scenery outside the window rapidly passed by. Song Jiaxin was stunned for a moment before she looked at the map. Lin Fan, there's a 90-degree turn 1 kilometer ahead. Okay, he said. Then he sped up again. 260 km per hour. Boom! Safety was the most important, but even if there was a 90-degree turn ahead, he kept accelerating. This was the first time. Song Jiaxin felt fear and regret. Finally, Lin Fan's Lamborghini arrived at the bend. It was at this moment that Lin Fan made his move. He turned the steering wheel again and successfully made a 90-degree sharp turn. However, the Lamborghini's speed did not slow down at all. It easily surpassed the Porsche 918, which was in third place. At this moment, Song Jiaxin's jade-like hand that was holding onto the handle had already become slippery due to sweat. She could not help but remind Lin Fan again, "Lin Fan, you still have to be careful. This is a mountain road." "All right," he said. He stepped hard on the accelerator and sped up again. Seeing this, she was startled. Song Jiaxin opened her mouth but did not say anything. She was worried that if she continued to speak, she would be in even more danger. At the foot of the mountain, the second-generation Nouveau Rich stared at the screen and started shouting again. F***CK, his drifting skills are amazing. Could this big shot be a professional racer? That's too awesome. It would be great if I had half of his skill. At this time, Sun Luguo was driving the McLaren P1, and Liu Yuheng's modified Lamborghini was almost right next to him. Sun Luguo glanced at Liu Yuheng and coldly said, "I'll shake you off at the next bend." "I'll let you eat my fart later," Liu Yuheng grunted. Boom! At this moment, the two of them heard a beast-like roar behind them. They understood the cars and skills of the people in their circle. Logically speaking, they had already left them far behind, so no one should be able to catch up. Sun Luguo and Liu Yuheng looked at their respective rearview mirrors with doubt in their hearts. The next moment, both of them were stunned. The Lamborghini Aventador, it was him, Lin Fan. Liu Yuheng was the most shocked. He was a Lamborghini expert. He was very clear about the difference in performance between a Lamborghini without any modifications and his own. Even so, Lin Fan still managed to catch up. How did Lin Fan do it? Even though he was surprised and confused, Liu Yuheng and Sun Luguo did not slow down at all. In fact, they even went slightly faster. Originally, it was only the two of them competing. Now, there was another competitor. This gave them a sense of invisible pressure. Song Jiaxin, who was sitting in the front passenger seat of the Lamborghini, saw the two cars in front of her. A hint of joy appeared in her heart. At the start, Song Jiaxin did not think about winning the competition. Now she saw a glimmer of hope. Very quickly, Song Jiaxin discovered that she was happy too early. Boom! The Lamborghini roared. 260 km per hour. 265 km per hour. His speed increased once again. "Lin Fan, there's a sharp V-shaped turn 1 kilometer ahead," Song Jiaxin quickly said. Boom! The Lamborghini roared again. 270 km. His speed continued to increase. Did she not make herself clear? There was a sharp V-shaped curve 1 kilometer ahead. In addition, there were also modified versions of the McLaren P1 and Lamborghini in front of them. Should he not slow down at this time? Why did he speed up? Sun Luguo, who was driving a McLaren P1, and Liu Yuheng, who was driving a modified Lamborghini, were very clear about the route of East Mountain Road. They knew that there was a V-turn in front of them. The two of them had already planned to slow down. However, when they saw the Lamborghini in their rearview mirrors, their expressions changed. If they were to slow down, Lin Fan would definitely overtake them. As a result, neither of them slowed down at the first moment. The two of them did not step on the brakes until they were very close to the V-turn. They knew that if they did not slow down, they would be in danger. Racing was important. However, their lives were more important. Lin Fan, on the other hand, seemed to think differently. He continued to drive at high speed without any intention of slowing down. It looked like he was rushing toward the cliff. Song Jiaxin was completely flustered. She anxiously said, "Lin Fan, hurry up and slow down." Boom! 275 km. 280 km. The Lamborghini's speed increased again. It was as if Lin Fan did not hear Song Jiaxin's words. His pair of black eyes were still staring straight ahead. He did not hear her. In truth, Lin Fan really did not hear her. Ding! Absolute focus activated, a flash of inspiration attained. Lin Fan was completely immersed in driving. Absolute focus. He was absolutely calm. Everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. At that moment, Lin Fan only had one thought in his mind: faster, faster, even faster. Finally, his Lamborghini arrived at the V-turn. On the other hand, the McLaren P1 and the Lamborghini that had been modified sped to the curve one step ahead of the others. The mountain road was very narrow. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Lin Fan to overtake them at the V-shaped turn. At that moment, Song Jiaxin felt that Lin Fan had two choices. One, he could step on the brakes and drift 720 degrees on the spot while trying to stop the car. Two, he could hit the McLaren P1 and the Lamborghini in front of them, causing a severe car accident. Lin Fan did not step on the brakes. It was obvious that he had made the second choice. Song Jiaxin's face was pale as cold sweat rolled down her face. Her heart was already in her throat. At this time, she used all her strength to hold the handle of the car and was no longer able to say anything. "Is that guy crazy?" Sun Luguo cried out in shock as a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. F***CK, Liu Yuheng screamed in a panic.
Yes.
Finally, Lin Fan's Lamborghini made a beautiful turn. The Lamborghini on the left was a modified one that was almost sticking to the one in the middle. Liu Yuheng, who was sitting in the modified Lamborghini, could clearly see Lin Fan and Song Jiaxin. As for Song Jiaxin, she could see the railing that was less than 1 centimeter away from her, as well as the tires in the rearview mirror. Song Jiaxin's entire body was completely frozen. In the next second, perhaps she, Lin Fan, and even Liu Yuheng and Sun Luguo would all die on the spot. Boom! She only saw Lin Fan increase his speed again. His Lamborghini was like the king of beasts, and it was the first to pop its head out. Then, with the momentum that could command the world, he passed the V-shaped curve and sped forward. The modified Lamborghini and the McLaren P1 were following behind. They wanted to catch up, but they had completely lost the chance. At the foot of the mountain, F***CK, F***CK, what the F***CK just happened? Who can tell me what just happened? I thought they were going to crash into the cars. I was almost scared to death. He's a professional race driver. No, even a professional racer can't do that. All the rich second-generation nobles were dumbfounded, and they jumped and shouted in excitement. It was because the scene in the video was too exciting and incredible. Even after overtaking all the other cars and taking first place, Lin Fan still did not slow down. The Lamborghini he was driving was drifting wildly in the dark night. They finally arrived at the foot of the mountain, where the second-generation nouveau rich were standing in a line to welcome them. Creak, creak. Lin Fan opened the car door and slowly walked out. The second-generation nouveau rich quickly gathered around. "Brother Fan, your skills are really amazing. I was dumbfounded by those few drifts. Brother Fan, are you a professional racer? Did you win a few championships? God of racing, Brother Fan, you must be the legendary god of racing." Lin Fan looked at how excited the rich kids were and could not help but laugh. "I'm not a professional racer. I'm a student right now and I'm in the same class as Song Jiaxin." Then Lin Fan looked at Song Jiaxin, whose face was a little pale. He asked, "Are you all right?" Song Jiaxin shook her head and said nothing. When Lin Fan continued to speed up even after a sharp turn, Song Jiaxin was truly terrified. In fact, her clothes were completely drenched in sweat. However, at the same time, she also felt extremely excited. Her adrenaline was surging. Now that Lin Fan had successfully handled those curves and obtained first place with his extreme speed, Song Jiaxin felt an inexplicable sense of excitement. At this moment, Song Jiaxin's mind was filled with images of Lin Fan's appearance when he was so focused on driving. Her heart started to beat faster. Boom! Boom! After a series of rumbling sounds, the modified Lamborghini, McLaren P1, Porsche 918, and other vehicles arrived at the foot of the mountain. Liu Yuheng was the first to walk up to Lin Fan. He gave him a thumbs up and complimented him. "Awesome, brother Lin Fan, your driving skills are amazing. You said that you could compete with me today, but you were too humble. How is this a competition? You were simply torturing me. To be honest, when we were passing the V-turn, I thought I was gonna be dead when I saw you rushing over so quickly. F***CK, I was so scared that I almost peed my pants. Liu Yuhang shivered as he spoke. It seemed like he had not recovered from the shock. You're the best driver I've ever seen, Sun Luguo said seriously. You guys are overpraising me, Lin Fan smiled. Liu Yuhang said, how is this an overpraise? This is the truth. As he spoke, he took out the car keys of the Lamborghini and said, I'll leave this car to you. I'll be at ease with you as its owner. Sun Luguo also took out the keys to the McLaren P1. It was obvious that they were going to fulfill their bet. I don't want the cars, Lin Fan said, waving his hand. Brother Lin Fan, are you joking? We had an agreement before the competition. If you don't take the cars now, won't you make people think that we can't afford to lose? Liu Yuhang said with a straight face. I'm willing to accept my loss, Sun Luguo said. Lin Fan said, don't misunderstand, it's mainly because I'm studying in school. If I have so many cars, I'll have a problem figuring out where to put them. He was definitely not spouting nonsense. Generally speaking, each student could park at most one car in the school. 2 days ago, when the 4S store had sent the Mercedes-Benz G-Class over, Lin Fan had to call the dean of the School of Mathematics, Hu Qiuwen, before he could successfully park the car in the school. If there were 2 more cars, it would really be a little troublesome for Lin Fan. If you really want to fulfill the bet, then help me look out for 100-year ginseng and 100-year spirit branch, Lin Fan said. If you tell me where I can get them, I'll be extremely grateful. As for the cars, they're really not of much use to me. When Lin Fan said this, his tone became extremely serious. When the 2 of them heard Lin Fan say that, they did not insist anymore. Liu Yuhang hesitated and said, Ooh, this isn't appropriate, right? Brother Lin Fan, don't worry, I'll have Liu Pharmaceuticals do our best to help you find the 100-year-old ginseng and 100-year-old spirit branch. Sun Pharmaceuticals will also help you find the 100-year ginseng and 100-year spirit branch as soon as possible, Sun Luguo said. After the 2 of them said this, they heaved a sigh of relief. If Lin Fan had just accepted their supercars, they naturally would not have said anything. However, they would still feel a little heartache. After all, their supercars were worth 14 million. Now, helping him find medicinal herbs was simply a small matter to them. Lin Fan was happy. If that's the case, thank you both. The 100-year ginseng and 100-year spirit branch could give him the right to buy medical water. This was what he was desperate to get. When the crowd saw Lin Fan reject the 2 sports cars so calmly, they could not help but sigh in their hearts. The 2 supercars were worth 28 million in total. He rejected them without even blinking. Instantly, they felt that Lin Fan was even more mysterious. As for the reason why Lin Fan did not accept the sports car, they did not think that it was because he was afraid of offending Liu Yuhang and Sun Luguo. That was not even within their consideration. Would a man who was so close to Song Jiaxin be afraid of offending others? Was that a joke? After that, Lin Fan, Liu Yuhang, Sun Luguo and the others chatted for a while. They also exchanged contact information. With everyone sending him off, Lin Fan drove Song Jiaxin to Jiangbei University. At that moment, there was no need to rush or race. Lin Fan drove the Lamborghini steadily. It did not look like he was driving a supercar but a small car. It was quiet and peaceful. A gentleman's gentleness was like this. Song Jiaxin could not help but laugh. It's really hard to imagine that you're the crazy person who raced on East Mountain Road without any regard for your life just now. Lin Fan rubbed his nose and said, a madman who doesn't care about his life. I still treasure my life a lot. Treasure your life. You increased your speed to 280 km/h to go through the V-shaped curve, yet you're saying that you value your life. Do you have any misunderstanding about how much you value your life? Even now, whenever Song Jiaxin recalled that scene, her heart would still beat fast. Oh right, why would someone like you major in mathematics? Lin Fan asked. Then what do you think a person like me should major in? Song Jiaxin laughed as she asked. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, management, finance. Song Jiaxin said, maybe I think mathematics is more interesting or I'm better at mathematics, actually. It doesn't matter what I learn. After all, you only learn a little from books when you're in school. After you graduate, you can just open 2 companies and you'll be able to learn everything. Opening 2 companies after graduating. Was this something a normal human said? However, Lin Fan understood that Song Jiaxin was not bragging or boasting. To Song Jiaxin, opening 2 companies was just a small matter. At this moment, Song Jiaxin seemed to have thought of the problem that Lin Fan and Hu Tian had discussed on the podium 2 days ago. Of course, compared to you, I'm still far behind in mathematics, she said. Eh? Jiangbei University, dorm 502 of the female dormitory. The beautiful twins opened Lin Fan's WeChat conversation. At this moment, there was already a long paragraph of unsent text. Their nimble hands continued to dance at the bottom of the text. Read, hey, are you asleep? Thank you for stopping the basketball and saving me. The moon is so round today. Did you see it? I didn't see you play basketball today. Will you play tomorrow? There are so many stars in the sky today and the weather should be good tomorrow. Will you go play basketball? Blue, hi, are you asleep? Thank you for stopping the basketball and saving me. The moon is so round today. Did you see it? I didn't see you play basketball today. Will you play tomorrow? There are so many stars in the sky today and the weather should be good tomorrow. Will you go play basketball? The next day the sky was clear and the breeze was blowing. In dorm 104. As usual, Ma Zhang was the first to wake up. Then he woke Lin Fan, Zhang Jinbao and Song Yi up. They had mathematics class in the morning. The old professor's teaching style was relatively old-fashioned and boring. It was as if Lin Fan was listening to a lullaby. He lay on the table and fell asleep. Lin Fan felt that sleeping on the table during class was more comfortable than sleeping in the dormitory or even the presidential suite. It was sweet and peaceful. Perhaps this was one of the benefits of choosing to go to school. In the afternoon, when he was eating in the cafeteria, Lin Fan's phone vibrated. 12:00 p.m. A red packet appeared. Ding, congratulations, you've received 5 yuan. Ding, congratulations, you've received 3,000 yuan. Eh? Ding, congratulations, you've received the skill professional calligraphy. Ding, congratulations, you've received 10,000 yuan. Ding, congratulations, you've obtained a skill level up card. Lin Fan received a total of 50,000 yuan from the red packets today. He did not care about this at all. Lin Fan's attention immediately fell on the skill of professional calligraphy and the skill level upgrade card. Professional calligraphy, the ability to write good words can increase your charm. In the past, in order to write good calligraphy, Lin Fan used many cultivation techniques. However, the effect was not satisfactory. Now that he had easily obtained the skill of professional calligraphy, he was naturally very happy. Skill level upgrade card. You can upgrade a skill level. Note, mastering more profound skills makes you more fascinating. Increase the level of a skill. Lin Fan's eyes flickered. Skills, professional driving skills, charming aura, 5% chance to trigger love at first sight and unforgettable love. Violent aesthetics, drinking gentleman, absolute focus, 5% chance to trigger a flash of inspiration. Professor-level mathematics experience, eyes of truth, professional basketball technique, pianist-level performance, professional calligraphy. Lin Fan muttered to himself for a moment. However, he did not try to level up anything right away. This was because these skills were all very good. If he could level up all of them, Lin Fan would naturally be extremely happy. However, he could only choose one, so he had to consider it first. Song Yi called out to him, Brother Fan, I've invited a few friends to play basketball this afternoon. How about we go and have some fun? Lin Fan already had a good rest in the morning. Playing basketball was not a bad idea. All right, he nodded. Song Yi's face lit up. After lunch, Lin Fan and Song Yi went to the basketball court. At that moment, the big, tanned man and 3 unfamiliar men in jerseys were already waiting there. When the big, tanned guy saw Lin Fan, he ran over and revealed his white teeth. He said happily, Brother Fan, you're here to play basketball too. As soon as he finished speaking, the tanned man wanted to give Lin Fan a bear hug. However, when Lin Fan saw the sweat on his body, he immediately dodged to the side and nodded his head warily. Let's play basketball and exercise a little. The tan man was not angry at Lin Fan for dodging, he was still smiling. Exercise is good, exercise is life. Then he pointed at the three men in jerseys and said, "They're from the school's basketball team. Brother Fan, Song Yi and I are more familiar with each other. Let's not split up randomly. Let's form a team of three," the tanned man said. The three men in jerseys were slightly stunned. Among them, the tall man wearing the number 4 jersey asked in confusion, "Are you sure?" After all, the three of them were members of the school's basketball team. They had even participated in a college basketball league. In addition, the three of them had played basketball with Song Yi and the big, tanned guy before, so they knew that their skills were very average. Even so, they still wanted them to form a three-person team just like this. Were they asking to be defeated? "Of course, I'm sure," the big, tanned guy replied. "All right, let's start. Song Yi and Lin Fan still have a class in the afternoon." The three of them looked at each other and slowly nodded. Since the other party was looking for a beating, then they would fulfill their wish. However, they soon realized that they were wrong. When the street basketball game started, the tanned man and Song Yi got the ball and passed it to Lin Fan whenever they had the chance. Lin Fan did not let them down. He was proficient in dribbling, feints, jump shots, and layups. In order to counter Lin Fan, the other team did not hesitate to use two people to defend. However, it was still useless. Lin Fan was always able to find an opening to successfully score and shoot. Basketball was indeed a physically exhausting sport. Not long after, Lin Fan and the others were all drenched in sweat. The few of them panted heavily and wanted to rest for a moment. At this moment, two beautiful figures appeared under the basket with smiles on their faces. They were the beautiful twins in a long red dress and a long blue dress. Each of them was holding a bottle of energy drink as they looked at Lin Fan in anticipation. For me, Lin Fan was stunned. The beautiful twins nodded. Lin Fan did not stand on ceremony. He opened a bottle of energy drink and took a big gulp. After hesitating for a moment, he opened the other bottle of energy drink and took a big gulp. Sure enough, the beautiful twins' faces were filled with smiles that were difficult to hide. Two small canine teeth the size of rice grains were faintly discernible and they were extremely cute. Then Lin Fan could not help but use his eyes of truth to observe the two. The girl in the blue dress. Face value 95. Favorability 99. The girl in the red dress. Face value 95. Favorability 99. Ever since Lin Fan had added the beautiful twins on WeChat, he had never taken the initiative to send them any messages. As for the beautiful twins, they had never sent Lin Fan any messages either. Lin Fan thought that their favorability for him would slowly decrease. However, he did not expect that it was still 99. What was going on? When Lin Fan returned to the basketball court, the big, tanned guy walked over and smiled. "I seem to recall that the twins have been holding energy drinks and standing around at the basketball court for the past few days. It turns out they were waiting for Brother Fan." As expected of Brother Fan, awesome, the tan man secretly gave a thumbs up after he finished speaking. When Lin Fan heard this, he was stunned once more. The beautiful twin girls had been waiting for him at the basketball court with energy drinks. Did they not already have his WeChat? If they wanted to see him, they could have just sent him a message. At this moment, Song Yi, who was standing in the distance, said, "Lin Fan, catch the ball." The street basketball match began again. Lin Fan was the main force of Song Yi's team. He kept running, dribbling, and doing layups. If it was an ordinary person, even if they had similar basketball skills as Lin Fan, they would have been exhausted long ago. However, Lin Fan did not seem to have expended any energy at all. He was still the same. In fact, as time passed, Lin Fan became more focused and his skills improved. It was a completely different story for the basketball team. In order to defend Lin Fan, they had to use up their energy as time passed. The outcome was foreseeable. After nearly 2 hours of street basketball, the basketball team only scored 8 times. Lin Fan's team had scored 33 times. Bloodshed. For the first time, the three players on the basketball team fell into despair. In contrast to the despair of the three players on the basketball team, Song Yi and the big, tanned man were full of smiles. In the past, Song Yi and the big, tanned man had played basketball with the basketball team. However, they were always defeated by the basketball team. Now they had finally experienced the thrill of torturing others. This made Song Yi and the big, tanned man feel as if they were people who had turned the situation around. Song Yi said, "It's almost time, let's go, we'll go back to the dormitory and take a shower with fragrant shower gel. We still have another class in the afternoon." At the mention of Tianxin's class, Song Yi could not help but smile. At this moment, the tall man wearing the number 5 jersey, who was already exhausted, quickly said, "Lin Fan, your basketball skills are amazing. I wonder if you're interested in joining our team?" "Sorry, I'm not interested," Lin Fan shook his head. To Lin Fan, playing basketball occasionally was still okay. It was also a way to relax. However, it would be too troublesome to join a basketball team. "Lin Fan, if you join our team you can get 2 credits, number 5 explained. Also, this year's college basketball league is about to start. In the past, there was a senior who was selected by a CBA coach in the league and quickly became a professional player with an annual salary of 1 million. Lin Fan, with your skills, you'll definitely be able to shine in the league. You might even catch the eye of a CBA coach. Lin Fan, you should think about it again." After number 5 finished speaking, he looked at Lin Fan with anticipation. However, Lin Fan still shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, but I still don't want to join the basketball team." He could get 2 credits. What was the use of that to Lin Fan? Most people went to college to get their graduation certificate. However, Lin Fan had only come to the university to experience life. He did not care about the graduation certificate at all. As for being chosen by a CBA coach and becoming a player with an annual salary of 1 million yuan, that was even less attractive to him. After all, even if Lin Fan did not do anything, he could at least get 700,000 yuan a day. In the future, the number would only increase. Song Yi was not surprised that Lin Fan refused to join the basketball team. That was because in Song Yi's heart, Lin Fan was a super tycoon. Which super tycoon would risk their life to play basketball? Which one of them would be so free? Lin Fan looked at the beautiful twins and said to Song Yi, "You go back to the dormitory first." "All right," Song Yi immediately understood. Then he pulled back number 5 and the others who were still trying to persuade Lin Fan. "What are you guys still standing here for? Do you think the sun isn't bright enough? Why do you want to interrupt the 3 of them there?" Then he pulled them out of the basketball court. Soon, only Lin Fan and the beautiful twins were left on the basketball court. Lin Fan walked up and smiled at them. "Thank you for the energy drinks. By the way, we've met twice, but I don't think we've introduced ourselves yet. I'm Lin Fan. What are your names?" After he finished speaking, he took the initiative to stretch out his 2 hands. Then Lin Fan realized that he had just finished playing basketball. There was a lot of sweat and dust on his hands. They were a little dirty. Hence he prepared to pull his hand back. The beautiful twins seemed to have noticed that Lin Fan wanted to take his hand back. They quickly reached out their slender hands, not caring about Lin Fan's dirty hand at all. Just like that, they shook hands with him. The beautiful twins blushed and lowered their heads as if they had done something bad. Their silky milk-like touch filled Lin Fan's heart. Then the girl in the red dress tapped on her phone and the words "Zia Bing" were displayed on the screen. The girl in the blue dress turned on her phone and the screen showed the words "Zia Zhu" in large regular script. "Can't you guys talk?" Lin Fan asked. The beautiful twin girls nodded and lowered their little heads. Lin Fan continued, "Zia Bing, Zia Zhu, they're nice names." A pair of cute dimples immediately appeared on the beautiful twins' faces. Obviously they were very happy. "Have you guys been waiting for me at the basketball court these past few days?" Lin Fan asked. The beautiful twins nodded. "But didn't we add each other on WeChat? If you girls want to look for me, you can just send me a message." He finally voiced out the doubt in his heart. The beautiful twins lowered their heads shyly and did not reply. When Lin Fan saw this, he did not force it. He was silent for a moment before he said, "Actually, I have a girlfriend." Then Lin Fan carefully observed the changes in the beautiful twins' expressions. However, he realized that the two of them showed almost no changes. He could not help but wonder, did they not hear me clearly? My girlfriend's name is Chin Yuxuan. She's currently studying economics in Madu City, Lin Fan continued. After saying this, Lin Fan realized that the beautiful twins' expressions did not change at all. Their beautiful eyes were as clear as water, their faces were as beautiful as flowers, and their dimples were faintly visible. Lin Fan quickly used his eyes of truth to observe the beautiful twins. The girl in the blue dress. Face value 95. Favorability 99. The girl in the red dress. Face value 95. Favorability 99. Their favorability toward him had not decreased. What was going on? They already knew that he had a girlfriend. Lin Fan cleared his throat and asked, "You girls don't seem to mind." The beautiful twins nodded in unison. They actually nodded. What was going on? Lin Fan was completely confused. He coughed gently and said, "I still have a class later, so I'll go back and take a shower first. You guys should go back early, it's too hot here." He paused for a moment before continuing, "By the way, I won't be playing basketball for the next few days. You guys don't have to continue waiting at the basketball court." "If I want to play basketball, then I'll send you guys a message," Lin Fan asked. Hearing this, the beautiful twins' eyes lit up and they nodded. "Eh?" After the beautiful twins parted ways with Lin Fan, they took out their phones and sent a message to beautiful Yan. "Zia Bing and Zia Zhu, we met him again today." Beautiful Yan seemed to have been staring at her phone the whole time. She replied in 2 seconds. "Did he do anything to you?" Zia Bing and Zia Zhu replied, "He shook hands with us." Beautiful Yan, he actually dared to hold your hands, he's simply a beast. Zia Bing and Zia Zhu replied, "It was a handshake." Beautiful Yan, hurry up and give me his WeChat username, I want to give him a good scolding. However, after a long time, Beautiful Yan still did not receive any news. Beauty Yan, hey, where are you guys? Don't you guys know how to respect the elderly? Where are you guys? Are you going to anger me to death before you're happy? Eh? When Lin Fan returned to dorm 104, Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao and Ma Zhang were preparing to go out. "Brother Fan, we're going to reserve our seats. Hurry up and come over," Song Yi said. "All right," he said. Immediately the entire room became empty. Lin Fan had originally planned to take a cold shower. However, after playing basketball, his body was covered in sweat and dust, which could not be washed away easily. After a long while, Lin Fan finally walked out of the bathroom slowly. He looked at the time and realized that class had already started for a few minutes. He mumbled, "It's too late to go now, I'll just rest in the dormitory." After saying that, Lin Fan lay down on the bed and started to play with his phone. After more than an hour, Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao and Ma Zhang came in excitedly. "Brother Fan, it was such a waste that you didn't go to Teacher Tianxin's class today," Zheng Jinbao shouted. "You don't know how beautiful Teacher Tianxin was today, and she even came down from the podium and came to our seats." "That's right, I was so happy that I almost fainted," Song Yi said excitedly. "That was the first time we were so close to Teacher Tianxin," Ma Zhang agreed. Ring ring. At that moment Lin Fan's phone vibrated. He looked at his WeChat and saw that it was a voice message from Hu Tian. He clicked play and Hu Tian's melodious voice immediately rang out. "Lin Fan, you didn't come to class today. Were you delayed by something?" "I've been studying the twin prime number conjecture for the past few days. I have some inspiration but also some problems. If you have time, can you come to my office?" Silence. The entire dormitory was silent. Ma Zhang, Song Yi, and Zheng Jinbao were all stunned. What did they just hear? Teacher Tianxin invited Lin Fan to her office. Lin Fan was going to be alone with Teacher Tianxin in a room. Then they suddenly thought of how Tianxin had suddenly walked to their seats during class as if she was looking for something. They finally understood what Tianxin was looking for. She was actually looking for Lin Fan. "Brother Fan, I'm on my knees," Ma Zhang, Song Yi, and Zheng Jinbao all howled in unison. "Eh?" In the office, Hu Tian's office desk was filled with many documents and books, but they were all arranged in an extremely neat manner. At this moment, Hu Tian was sitting in front of her desk, thinking seriously and calculating carefully. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there were light knocks on the door. Please come in, Hu Tian said. When she saw that it was Lin Fan, Hu Tian's pretty face broke into a smile. You're here, please take a seat. Then Hu Tian stood up and said, What do you want to drink? I have green tea, black tea, and coffee here. Hu Tian was wearing a beige dress today, which showed off her exquisite curves vividly and thoroughly. Green tea, Lin Fan said. All right, she said. Very quickly, a cup of fragrant green tea was served to Lin Fan. Hu Tian took out a stack of draft paper on which she had written a dense number of calculations. She said, You calculated this last time, PQ plus 2M equals 3Q2PN. I've been doing some calculations over the past few days. After she finished speaking, Hu Tian handed over a stack of draft paper which was also filled with arithmetic formulas. Lin Fan, is there a problem with my calculations? By the way, to what position have you derived? Hu Tian asked. To what position? I haven't cared about the twin prime number conjecture at all these days. Lin Fan felt a little embarrassed. He did not answer immediately. Instead, he silently looked at the draft paper in front of him. However, for a world-class problem like the twin prime number conjecture, even with Lin Fan's professor-level mathematics experience, it was still extremely difficult to verify and further derive it on the spot. Then Lin Fan suddenly thought of the skill level-up card. Do you want to level up your professor-level mathematics experience? Yes. Lin Fan muttered in his heart. Ding, the upgrade was successful. Congratulations, you've received academician-level mathematics experience. Instantly, when Lin Fan flipped through the draft paper in front of him again, everything immediately looked much simpler. He quickly picked up a pen and paper and started writing. 2m plus 4n5 8q equals 7y2q3z8. There's a problem with your calculations, Lin Fan said. Hu Tian could not help but look over. In the next moment, her beautiful eyes flickered slightly. In fact, when Lin Fan was at Hilton Hotel, she had seen his handwriting when he solved Zhou's conjecture. Not long ago, Lin Fan solved a problem on the blackboard in the classroom and discussed the twin prime number conjecture with Hu Tian in public. At that time, Lin Fan's handwriting was very ordinary. In fact, it was even a little ugly. What was the situation now? Be it numbers, letters, characters, or Chinese characters, Lin Fan wrote them all like he was a calligraphy master. Even though Hu Tian was a math teacher, she also liked calligraphy. In her opinion, good calligraphy could give people endless enjoyment. At that moment, Lin Fan saw that Hu Tian was silent and thought that she did not understand. If you reverse engineer the answer, you'll find that it's wrong, he reminded her. Only then did Hu Tian come back to her senses. She picked up a pen and paper and began to calculate according to Lin Fan's instructions. As expected, the calculation was different from the original one. The calculation was wrong. Lin Fan said, Actually, we can add in the first part of the equation. As Lin Fan spoke, he quickly wrote down the question on the draft paper. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Immediately, the entire office was filled with a rapid and rhythmic knocking sound. Hu Tian, who was sitting at the side, looked at Lin Fan's focused expression and the lines of beautiful and exquisite calculations he wrote. For a moment, she was a little entranced. Very quickly, the entire draft paper was used up, and Lin Fan stopped writing. Teacher Tianxian, what do you think? He turned to ask. Only then did Hu Tian snap back to her senses. She carefully observed the calculation process and nodded slightly. Lin Fan said, Okay, then let's continue to deduce. Lin Fan only stopped after he had filled a dozen pieces of paper with complicated equations. For now, I can only calculate up to this point, he said helplessly. Even with Lin Fan's academician-level mathematics experience, if he did not trigger a flash of inspiration, he would not be able to solve the twin prime number conjecture. After all, this was a world-class problem that had not been solved for more than 100 years. Hu Tian, who was sitting at the side, was completely dumbfounded as she looked at the dozens of pages of calculations. If Lin Fan could only solve 1/10 of the twin prime number conjecture in class, he would surely be able to solve it. He had directly deduced half of it now. How many days had it been? He was actually able to achieve this. Was he holding back in class, or was it the result of his research and calculations over the past few days? A genius. No matter what the reason was, Lin Fan was a genius, an absolute genius. Lin Fan, you really are a genius, Hu Tian exclaimed in admiration. Teacher, you're overpraising me, Lin Fan laughed. Hu Tian looked out the window at the completely dark sky and said, It's getting late, I'll treat you to a meal. Previously, he was only concerned with the derivation and did not feel hungry. Now that food was brought up, Lin Fan was feeling a little hungry. I'll take you up on your offer, Lin Fan said. Hu Tian's car was a minicar. It was small and cute, and the interior was exquisite. After sitting in the car, a faint fragrance surrounded his nose, making him feel very comfortable. Not long after, Hu Tian and Lin Fan arrived at a quiet and elegant Western restaurant. The restaurant was located on the 26th floor of the Zhangsheng building. Sitting in the restaurant, one could see the neon lights of Jiangbei City through the French windows, as well as the bright stars and moon in the night sky. It was a beautiful sight. Hu Tian pushed the menu in front of Lin Fan, indicating that he did not need to stand on ceremony and could order the food that he liked. It's my first time at this restaurant, so I don't know what's good. Can you recommend something? Lin Fan asked. Hu Tian thought for a moment and said, The filet steak here is cooked to 30% medium. It's fragrant on the outside and chewy on the inside. It tastes pretty good. The tenderloin with potato is different from other places. You can try it too. Also, the Black Rose is their family's homemade wine. It's a specialty of the restaurant. You can try it. All right, I'll listen to you, Teacher Tianchen, Lin Fan nodded. Then Hu Tian also ordered a few dishes and placed her order. About 10 minutes later, exquisite dishes were served on the table. Lin Fan was indeed a little hungry. He did not stand on ceremony and directly cut a big piece of steak and put it in his mouth. After that, he tasted the potato and beef and nodded slightly. After filling up his stomach, Lin Fan swirled the wine glass and slowly poured the Black Rose wine into his mouth. His movements were slow, elegant, and intoxicating. He was a gentleman as warm as jade. Drinking gentleman made him have infinite charm. Lin Fan commented, When I sniffed it, it had a thick grape fragrance. After tasting it, it feels like the grape fragrance is bursting out from my body. It's good wine. Hu Tian, who was sitting across from him, was a little stunned as she watched Lin Fan drink the wine and listen to his comments on the Black Rose. In the past, there had been some people who had drunk with Hu Tian. However, their actions were clumsy. They clearly did not know anything about wine, but they wanted to pretend to know a lot. They ended up talking nonsense. Hu Tian loathed such people. Lin Fan was completely different. His drinking actions were extremely elegant and his comments were appropriate. In Hu Tian's eyes, he did not look like a student at all. Instead, he looked more like a noble or a prince who had been through a lot of edification. She felt as though he was introducing to her the fine wine he had personally brewed. His actions and temperament seemed to be deeply ingrained in his bones. Then Lin Fan put down the glass in his hand and looked up at Hu Tian. Their eyes met, and Hu Tian hurriedly turned her head to the side. Soon, her eyes fell on the empty piano in the middle of the restaurant. Looks like we won't be able to hear any good piano music today, she said, a little disappointed. Lin Fan also looked over and thought about it. That might not be the case. With that, he walked briskly to the piano and sat down. Lin Fan slowly closed his eyes. About 10 seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, Lin Fan's slender hands were moving rapidly across the black and white keys. Suddenly, a melodious tune slowly reverberated in the restaurant. Everyone could not help but stop talking, drinking, and eating. They all calmed their hearts and listened. Hu Tian did not even blink. In fact, she even stopped breathing. She just stared at Lin Fan in a daze. At this moment, the entire restaurant and perhaps even the entire world seemed to have turned pitch black in Hu Tian's eyes. Lin Fan was the only one who seemed to be illuminated by a spotlight. He was dazzling and eye-catching. Gleb gleb. When the last note was played, the entire restaurant burst into a round of applause. You played so well. It was really nice to listen to. Under the crowd's praise, Lin Fan slowly returned to the table and sat down. How was the performance? Lin Fan asked. It was nice, Hu Tian replied almost reflexively. That's good, Lin Fan said. Then Lin Fan picked up his fork and knife again. He finished the rest of the food like a tornado. Do you want to order more? Hu Tian asked. Lin Fan wiped the oil from the corner of his mouth and shook his head. No need, it'll be a waste if I order more. After he finished speaking, he got up and prepared to leave. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes walked over and smiled. Hello, sir, may I disturb you for a few minutes? What's the matter? Lin Fan asked. The middle-aged man said, I'm Zhao Ting, the manager of Brilliant Films. We're currently filming a teen drama. Your appearance as well as the temperament you displayed when you played the piano just now are very suitable for the character in our drama. I wonder if you're interested in auditioning for the role. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he handed over a business card. The manager of Brilliant Films. Was Lin Fan being scouted on the streets now? If it was an ordinary person who encountered this situation, they would definitely be overjoyed and hurriedly agree. It was because this meant that they had a chance to appear on the screen and become well-known stars. However, Lin Fan shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I'm not interested in acting in a TV show. Go on screen and become a star. He would have no freedom to speak of in the future. Lin Fan did not want to be surrounded and photographed wherever he went. Zhao Ting was obviously stunned for a moment. He did not expect the other party to reject him. He hurriedly said, Can you accept my name card first? If you change your mind, you can contact me at any time. Even though it was impossible for Lin Fan to change his mind, he looked at Zhao Ting's sincere expression and accepted the business card. He walked out of the restaurant and sat in Hu Tian's minicar. You were given a chance to become a star. I thought you'd agree immediately, Hu Tian said. Forget it, I'm not interested in being a star, Lin Fan replied. I didn't expect you to play the piano so well. It was the first time I heard the song Moonlight. It's nice, she continued. At this point, the image of Lin Fan playing Moonlight seemed to be replaying in Hu Tian's mind. It was melodious and graceful. I really don't know what else you can't do, Hu Tian sighed. There are a lot, Lin Fan said. Like what? Hu Tian asked. Lin Fan thought for a moment and could not quite put his finger on it. He would not be able to do those things now, but what if he got the skills from the red packets in the future? Hu Tian could not help but smile when she saw Lin Fan's pensive expression. After sending Lin Fan back to Jiangbei University, she continued driving her minicar along the busy road. When she stopped at a red light, Hu Tian's mind once again recalled the difficult math problems that Lin Fan had earnestly answered, the excellent calligraphy that he had casually written, the temperament he showed when he tasted the wine, and the beautiful piano piece that he played. Lin Fan, just what kind of person are you? Hu Tian murmured. Ring ring. At this moment, her phone rang with a melodious ringtone. Hu Tian looked at the caller ID and answered the call. Tianchen, didn't you say you'd come to my place today? Why aren't you here yet? A clear and sweet voice came from the phone. Hu Tian's face revealed a look of realization. I was delayed by some matters, I'll come over now. Delayed by some matters? Your school doesn't seem to have been holding any meetings recently, right? Forget it, just come over quickly. I can't wait anymore. The voice on the other end of the phone sounded even more delicate. After hanging up the phone, Hu Tian stepped on the accelerator harder and sped forward. At the same time, in dorm 104 of Jiangbei University, Songyi Mahjong and Zheng Jinbao all focused their gazes on Lin Fan. Lin Fan felt a little uncomfortable and said, Why are you all looking at me like that? Brother Fan, why are you back so late? Brother Fan, were you with teacher Tianchen this whole time? Brother Fan, what did you do with teacher Tianchen? Almost at the same time, the three of them asked their questions. I first discussed the problem with teacher Tianchen in the office for about 2 hours. Then, she treated me to dinner. In the end, she sent me home, Lin Fan replied honestly. Spending 2 hours alone with Tianchen in the office. Then he had dinner with teacher Tianchen. Finally, teacher Tianchen personally sent him back to the dormitory. Brother Fan, please accept my knees, Song Yi, Ma Zhang, and Zheng Jinbao all howled in unison. The next day, there were no classes in the morning. Of the 4 people in dorm 104, Ma Zhang went to the library. Song Yi also went out early, and Zheng Jinbao was sleeping soundly. After Lin Fan woke up, he took out his phone. Notice from Merchant Bank, 710,200 yuan has been deposited into your account. Name Lin Fan. Level LV4. Level 4 reward 10 yuan for every breath, 10 yuan for every second of sleep, 10 yuan for every step taken. Rewards are distributed at 12 a.m. daily. Upgrade cost 3 million, 10 million. Gifts, gambling, and other methods are not included. In addition, all items obtained from the system are prohibited from being traded. Skills, professional driving skills, charming aura, 5% chance to trigger love at first sight and unforgettable love. Violent aesthetics, drinking gentleman, absolute focus, 5% chance to trigger a flash of inspiration. Academician level mathematics experience, eyes of truth, professional basketball technique, pianist level performance, professional calligraphy. Funds 16.01 million. Lin Fan casually marked the message as read and then started to read the news. Ding ding. When the sun was high up in the sky, Lin Fan's phone vibrated. A text message popped up. Sun Luguo, Lin Fan, our family just bought a 100-year-old spirit branch. Are you at Jiangbei University now? Seeing this, he was startled. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. He secretly praised in his heart, no wonder they're a famous medical family in Jiang Province. Lin Fan replied, I'm at Jiangbei University. Sun Luguo replied, okay, I'll be at the east gate of Jiangbei University in about 20 minutes. After Lin Fan put down his phone, he quickly got dressed and washed up. Then he walked toward the east gate. Not long after, a white BMW Z5 stopped in front of him. Sun Luguo, who was wearing a plaid shirt, came down and said, Lin Gan, sorry to have kept you waiting. Lin Fan said, no, I just arrived. This is the century-old spirit branch that my family received. Sun Luguo handed over an exquisitely wrapped wooden box. You've really helped me a lot this time, Lin Fan said. By the way, how much does this cost? I'll transfer it to you now. If I take your money, I'll be laughed at by Big Sis Jiaxin and the others, Sun Luguo said while waving his hands. Oh right, this spirit branch isn't like ginseng and other herbs. The older it is, the more effective it is, he reminded after a pause. After reaching a certain age, the spirit branch will gradually turn into wood. Generally, it can only be used for ornamental purposes and has no medicinal value. Sun Luguo and Liu Yuheng often raced and fought each other. It made them look like playboys. In fact, they grew up in a family of medical doctors and were very experienced in dealing with people. They also had a deeper understanding of medicine. Lin Fan did not force Sun Luguo to accept his money for the item. He also understood that Sun Luguo did not lack money. Sun Luguo cared more about dignity. Sun Luguo's reminder was completely out of concern for him. Hence, Lin Fan came up with an excuse. I'm helping an elder to find the 100-year spirit branch and 100-year ginseng. I don't care what they're for. Since the elder needs them, I can only help him find them. But I still have to thank you for your reminder. I'll tell the elder about the medicinal theory of the 100-year-old spirit branch. Sun Luguo nodded. I'll keep an eye out for 100-year-old ginseng for you. If I find one, I'll let you know. If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you for that, Lin Fan said. It's just a small matter, it's not much trouble, Sun Luguo said. Lin Fan said seriously, but this is important to me. Sun Luguo looked at his serious expression and said, don't worry, we'll definitely find it. It's only a matter of time. Then the two of them chatted for a while more before they left. While walking along the forest path in the school, Lin Fan could not help but open the wooden box and look at the wood-like spirit branch inside. Ding, do you wish to collect the 100-year-old spirit branch?
Yes.
Immediately, the spirit branch in the wooden box disappeared into thin air. At the same time, the image of a small spirit branch appeared in the medical water illustration book in his mind. It was very magical. Lin Fan thought to himself, as long as I can find the 100-year-old ginseng, I'll have the right to buy medical water. By then, Dad's body should be able to recover completely. Ding ding. At this moment the time was exactly 12:00 p.m. Lin Fan's phone vibrated. Red packets appeared. Ding, congratulations, you've received 10,000 yuan. Ding, congratulations, you've received 5 yuan.
Eh?
Ding, congratulations, you've received 2,000 yuan. Ding, congratulations, you've received 1 billion Sharkstream coins. Ding, congratulations, you've received 3 yuan. This time, Lin Fan received a total of 40,000 yuan and 1 billion Sharkstream coins. Sharkstream currency, also known as Shark currency, was the virtual currency of the largest live streaming platform in the country, Sharkstream. 1 yuan could be exchanged for 100 Sharkstream coins. 1 billion Sharkstream coins were worth $10 million. Lin Fan, you're here. The counselor, Sun Yaedong, who had his hair swept back, walked over from a distance and called out. Counselor, you were looking for me. Lin Fan turned around and asked. Oh, the National Mathematical Modeling Competition is about to start. Your ability is outstanding. How about you sign up? The honor of our class can only be won by you. Sun Yaedong directly placed his hand on Lin Fan's shoulder and said in a tone that seemed like he was talking to a friend. Lin Fan thought to himself, could it be that he knows that I solved Zhou's conjecture? That was right, after all Sun Yaedong was his counselor. Although it would be troublesome to participate in a competition and Lin Fan hated trouble, as a student of the university, he should make some contributions. Alright, I'll sign up, Lin Fan nodded. Ha, that's great, as expected of my student, I'll submit your name now. After Sun Yaedong finished speaking, he quickly walked away. It was as if he was afraid that Lin Fan would regret it. Lin Fan looked at his back view and shook his head. When Lin Fan returned to the dormitory, Song Yi had just returned with a stack of mathematics materials. Song Yi, I didn't think you'd start to like studying, Lin Fan said. Song Yi laughed, there's no choice, there'll be a national mathematical modeling competition soon, we're outstanding men, we must sign up to win glory for our class. Ma Zhang, who was reading seriously, turned his head and said, did Counselor Sun say that? How do you know? It seems that you've also heard from Counselor Sun that I'm outstanding, right? Song Yi said smugly. Sigh, I've tried my best to keep a low profile, I didn't expect that I would still be discovered. Today, Counselor Sun also said the same thing to me, Ma Zhang said. Zhang Jinbao, who was slurping his instant noodles, said, when I bought the instant noodles, Counselor Sun also said that I'm outstanding and asked me to participate in the National Mathematical Modeling Competition. Mahjong, Songyi, and Zhang Jinbao immediately looked at each other. Lin Fan's lips twitched. So, Sun Yaedong was just going around telling students that they were outstanding and wanted them to bring glory to the university. That way, he could trick the students to sign up for the National Mathematics Modeling Competition. Were all college counselors so sneaky? The counselor's tactics really made one speechless. Dorm 104 fell into a brief silence. Obviously, Song Yi, Ma Zhang, and Zhang Jinbao also realized that they had been fooled by the counselor. At this time, a sweet voice came from the computer in front of Zhang Jinbao. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my live stream. Xiang has started her live broadcast, Zhang Jinbao shouted excitedly. Xiang, I love you. As Zhang Jinbao spoke, he quickly sent a message in the live broadcast room. Some people say that only by looking back thousands of times in the past life can we brush past each other in this life. Today, I'm able to meet everyone on Sharkstream's platform. I think it must be fate that brought us together in our previous lives. Thank you, fate. Thank you all for meeting me in this life. Next, I'll be singing Encounter. I hope you'll like it. Suddenly, light music started playing in the live broadcast room. Immediately after, a melodious voice rang out in Dorm 104. Yes, Winter's departure. I woke up in a certain month and year. I look forward to it. The future cannot be arranged because of this.
Eh?
Meeting you is the most beautiful accident. One day my mystery will be revealed. The music gradually stopped and the song ended. Zhang Jinbao shouted excitedly, Xiang Xiang is so beautiful, her singing is so good. Lin Fan, who was standing not far away, nodded his head. In fact, many streamers were not pretty, some of them even had fat heads and big ears, they had pockmarks all over their faces, they were very ugly. However, due to beautifying filters, they looked as beautiful as fairies and thus boasted shamelessly about their appearance. However, all of these beautiful facades could not convince Lin Fan's eyes. Face value 94. Favorability 50. With a face value of 94, no matter if it was her figure or appearance, she was absolutely impeccable. As for the favorability score of 50, it was because she did not know Lin Fan at all. In fact, she had never even seen him before. This was obviously normal. In addition, Xiang's voice was crisp and magnetic. And the transition between high and low pitches was perfect. Moreover, when she sang, she did not completely follow the original song. She even added some of her own adaptations, which was very rare. It's rare for there to be such a beautiful streamer in Jiang region, but why isn't she popular? Zhang Jinbao said with a depressed tone. It would be great if a few big nouveau rich appeared to give her gifts. When Lin Fan heard this, his eyes flickered. He sat on his bed and took out his phone to enter Sharkstream's app. Then Lin Fan opened up his personal page. Welcome Workslayer. Balance 1 billion Sharkstream coins. Sure enough, the Sharkstream coins from the red packet had been transferred to his account. 1 billion Sharkstream was equivalent to 10 million yuan. What if Lin Fan started his own live broadcast? Then he could directly tip everything to himself and withdraw the cash. However, this required the registration of a live broadcast and verification. The withdrawal of cash would also mean that the platform would be entitled to a commission. They were also handling fees, taxes, and so on. In the end, he estimated that he would only get about 4 million. It was extremely troublesome, and he would not be able to get much money. Lin Fan was not interested in that at all. At this moment, he finally knew how to deal with the 1 billion Sharkstream coins. Lin Fan searched for the keywords in the platform, Xiang Xiang. Very quickly, exquisite facial features entered his eyes. At this moment, 3 rockets flew up from the screen. Soon, many bullet comments appeared on the screen. Mr. Q sang very well, I'll reward you with 3 rockets. Sunny day, whoa, 3 rockets at once, awesome. Most of the comments were full of exclamations. One had to know that the rocket for Sharkstream cost 100,000 Sharkstream coins, which was equivalent to 1,000 yuan. 3 rockets in one go cost 3,000 yuan. This amount might not be much to some big live streamers. However, for a small streamer like Xiang, it was definitely rare. Thank you for the 3 rockets, Mr. Chin, Xiang said happily. Mr. K said Xiang is pretty and her songs are nice, it's just that her clothes don't look good, I think it's better to take them off. Mr. K had opened a small factory and could earn hundreds of thousands of yuan a year. He loved to watch live streams and was obsessed with the beautiful streamers in the videos. However, he also understood that it was impossible for him to get a big live streamer with his limited amount of money. Therefore, Mr. K often targeted some small live streamers. After Mr. K's message appeared, the bullet screen quickly rolled like raindrops. City of Brisk, yes strip. Let nature take its course, Mr. Tipped you 3 rockets and became a big shot on the top of the list. This is the first request of the big shot who ranks first, so you have to fulfill it. Otherwise the big shot at the top of the list will be angry.
Eh?
Zhang Jinbao, who was sitting in front of the computer, gritted his teeth and said, I thought that Xiang finally had the support of a nouveau rich, but he's actually a sleazy, dirty man. After he finished speaking, Zhang Jinbao's fat fingers jumped quickly on the keyboard. Big gold treasure, Xiang Xiang, don't listen to their nonsense, don't take your clothes off. In Zhang Jinbao's heart, Xiang was a goddess. He did not want his goddess to be tainted. Mr. K saw that Xiang did not answer for a long time, so he sent another message. Mr. K said, "It's not like you're not wearing any clothes inside. It's fine to take off your outer clothes, right?" Mr. K asked, "I'm the big shot ranked first on the list. Are you unwilling to agree to my requests? After this, who would still dare to give you gifts? Is anyone there? Don't even talk about getting more tips, just strip. Take a look, yeah, just strip."
Eh?
In the live broadcast room, Xiang looked at the screen and bit her almond-shaped lip lightly, not knowing what to do. Xiang liked to broadcast live. It was easy and she could also showcase her talents. In addition, live streaming could earn her a sum of money every day. This allowed Xiang's live broadcast to continue. If a large number of fans left, her income would definitely be greatly reduced. Could she continue to do live broadcasts? At that time, what should he do?
Whoosh. 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 Whoosh.
At this moment, 4 rockets flashed across the screen. "Work Slayer, I think I'm number 1 now." "Work Slayer, then I can make a request from Xiang, right?" "Work Slayer, Xiang looks fine in this kind of clothes, she doesn't need to take them off." After Lin Fan sent this message, the live broadcast room was flooded with comments. "Who woe 4 rockets, that's 4,000 yuan. 1 2 3, Xiang bagged herself 2 nouveau rich today." Most of the comments were full of exclamations. "Thank you, Work Slayer, thank you," Xiang quickly said. Seeing this, Mr. K's face flashed with anger. He had given 3 rockets, but this person gave 4. He was simply provoking him in public. How detestable. However, Mr. K did not immediately fight back. He first opened Work Slayer's information and found that it was only a level 4 account. He immediately sneered and said, "Work Slayer, he's probably a small-time employee in a small company. Those 4 rockets probably cost him a month's salary, right? He really doesn't know his own strength." Then Mr. clicked on the gift twice.
Whoosh. Whoosh.
In the live stream room, another 2 rockets soared into the sky. At this point, Mr. had given a total of 5 rockets. He had once again climbed back to the top of the rankings. With the appearance of these 2 rockets, the live stream became even more lively. Yellow and yellow, another 2 rockets, Mr. How is awesome. Poor hee, Mr. K is back in first place. Xiang, listen to Mr. K and take off your outer clothes. Follower, I don't know if Work Slayer will come back with more rockets. Otherwise, Xiang should listen to Mr. K. Divine Demon Transformation, that Work Slayer is probably a loser who works in some factory. He has probably spent all his salary by tipping 4 rockets. How can he still have money to tip? Little Bug, Mr. K is awesome.
Eh?
Mr. K enjoyed everyone's praise and said with a proud smile, "You want to fight me, you're still too green."
Whoosh. Whoosh.
However, the next moment, 2 rockets shot into the sky in the live broadcast room. Work Slayer gave 2 more rockets. Bone Soup, Work Slayer became number 1 again. Crazy, are these 2 big shots going to fight?
Eh.
I'm a primary school student. I wonder if Mr. K will continue to tip. 321, of course, otherwise Mr. K will lose face.
Eh?
Mr. K's face darkened as he grunted, "I'd like to see how much money you, a poor loser, have." After saying that, he tapped on the screen twice. 2 rockets flew into the air in the live stream room. At that moment, Mr. K had given Xiang a total of 7 rockets. Crazy, hee, these 2 big shots are really going to fight. There's going to be a good show. 321, Mr. K is obviously a big shot, he's more awesome. Mad Scientist, I also think Mr. K is awesome.
Eh? Whoosh. Whoosh.
Before many comments appeared on the screen, 2 new rockets appeared in the live broadcast room. Work Slayer was giving gifts again. Mr. K frowned. At this time, Slay Worker had rewarded Xiang with a total of 8 rockets. If he wanted to surpass him, he would have to reward Xiang with 2 more rockets. In that case, he would have tipped 9 rockets in total, which would be a total of 9,000 yuan. Although Mr. K could earn hundreds of thousands of yuan a year, he was still a little reluctant to spend 9,000 yuan just to prove his worth. After hesitating for a long time, Mr. K finally gritted his teeth and said, "That work slayer should be out of money. I'll give 2 more rockets. If he continues, I'll give up." After saying that, Mr. K finally tapped on the screen twice. Lin Fan, who was sitting on the bed, grinned when he saw this. "Work slayer, forget it, I'm not playing with you anymore." The message was sent.
Whoosh. 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 They.
1, 2, 3 rockets. 10 rockets. 50 rockets. 100. A total of 100 rockets rained down on the entire live broadcast room. The man in the wind, what the hells? Yellow and yellow, damn it. Xiaoming F asterisk CK.
They.
Countless swear words appeared on the screen. It was obvious that everyone was shocked to the extreme. The man in the wind, Mom asked me why I'm kneeling down and looking. I'm a primary school student, don't ask me why, it's because the tables have turned. Prince, greetings God.
They.
It was no wonder they were so excited. 1 rocket was worth 1,000 yuan. 100 rockets would be 100,000 yuan. This kind of large reward only happened a few times a day in the entire Sharkstream platform. However, they did not know that this was only the beginning.
Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh.
Densely packed rockets filled the screen again.
10. 20. 50.
100. It was another 100 rockets. However, this was not the end. The rockets continued to rise. The commotion in Xiang livestream quickly attracted the attention of many people. Originally, there were only a few hundred online viewers. After the appearance of these rockets, the number of viewers slowly increased from thousands to tens of thousands. As time passed, the number of viewers continued to increase. The Willow, oh my god, what's happening here? 321, there was a man called Mr. K who was competing with a tycoon at who could send more rockets. How would he know that the tycoon was just toying with him? He directly scammed him of a few rockets. Take a look, I'm dying of laughter. That Mr. K is actually competing with the god of construction in terms of rockets. Madman, oh right, where's that Mr. K? Huang Zhangwang, quick check if Mr. K is still there. At first, Mr. K's mouth was still half open, and he looked at the rockets with a dazed look. However, after paying attention to these comments, he hurriedly exited the live broadcast room. This was a slap in the face. Mr. K put down his phone, swallowed his saliva and stuttered, "Just who is this guy?"
They.
The commotion in the live broadcast room did not stop just because Mr. K had left. Gradually, not only the audience was attracted, but even some big live streamers could not help but pay attention to Xiang's live broadcast. Spring Water 600 rockets, how much did he have to pay? Hello son, I'm here to watch the god of tycoons. Daily upward, a god level nouveau rich. This is the true god level nouveau rich. Congratulations, you'll be above all the others if you work hard. Work slayer, you're awesome. The man, look, Momo is here. Xiaxio, oh my god, it's really Momo. I love watching her live streams.
They.
After Momo saw that she had been seen, she did not hide and sent out a message. Momo, I'm also here to watch the fight with Work Slayer. Take a look, the god of tycoons is awesome when he beats up people. I'm the best, Momo is very good looking and her singing is very good. You should also watch Momo's live broadcast. Woof woof woof, that's right, Momo is great. Student Little Ming, Momo, I love you.
They.
When the 1000th rocket flew past the live stream room, the thrilling scene finally ended. Work Slayer, Xiang Xiang, you did a great job streaming. If I have time in the future, I'll come and visit you again. Xiang looked at the dense number of rockets in the live broadcast room and the increasing number of viewers. She was completely stunned. It was only now that she saw Work Slayer's message, she came back to her senses. She quickly said, all right, thank you god of tycoons, thank you. Obviously, Xiang was also affected by the nicknames shared on the screen.
They.
Momo was one of the top 10 most popular streamers on Sharkstream. Previously, when Momo heard that a god-level rich man had given Xiang hundreds of rockets, she was shocked and could not help but run to the other party's live broadcast room to see the grand scene. Even Momo had never received such treatment. At this time, Momo had already returned to her live broadcast room. In the live broadcast room, she gently swayed her lovely body to the murmuring music. Then she slowly opened her cherry-like mouth. Suddenly, a beautiful song that was like the sound of spring water resounded throughout the entire live broadcast room. It was also at this time that a golden notification appeared in the live broadcast room. Welcome, Work Slayer, to the live stream room. Spending 100 million Sharkstream coins every month, which was 1 million yuan, would earn you the title of Emperor. This was also the highest level title for Sharkstream. Lin Fan had just given Xiong 1,000 rockets, and he had just earned the Emperor title. After this notification appeared, Momo's live broadcast room immediately boiled over. Son of the Dragon, the godlike tycoon is here. The man in the wind, greetings, god of tycoons. Master Kaio, the god of tycoons, has come to Momo's live streaming room. That's great.
Wait.
Even Momo, who was singing, sounded excited. Momo took advantage of the gap in the song and said excitedly, "Welcome, god of tycoons." After Work Slayer came to the live broadcast room, Momo's singing became even more motivated. After the song ended, Lin Fan nodded his head. Face value 95. Favorability 60. Work Slayer, I like listening to those years. I wonder if Momo can sing it for me. Of course, no problem, Momo said happily. Very quickly, the music started playing. Momo also opened her mouth. Back to the beginning, the young and inexperienced face in my memory. We've finally come to this day. It had to be said that Momo was indeed a popular streamer. She easily sang the melodious tune of the song. Listening to this song, one could not help but think of those young faces, as well as those lively and quiet figures. The music gradually stopped, and the song ended. Momo asked in an expectant and nervous tone, "Work Slayer, how was my singing?" She looked like a student who had just handed in her test paper. She was extremely nervous. "Work Slayer, good."
Whoosh. Whoosh.
The next moment, a dense rain of fire arrows flew across the screen. 10, 100, 200, 500. A total of 500 rockets filled the entire live stream. The live stream was first filled with exclamations. Then someone sent a message. Similar, worship the god of tycoons. A moment of strength, look at my knees, I'm kneeling, is this enough? Little fatty, workers can come out at the top too. Kaingzi, my goal is to become an excellent worker.
Wait.
Momo's bright eyes flickered and there were tears in them. She said excitedly, thank you, god of tycoons. God of tycoons, do you have any other songs you want to hear? I'll continue to sing for you. Lin Fan thought for a moment before sending out the message. Work Slayer, I can, and I'm flammable and explosive. Do you know how to sing these two songs? Momo quickly said, yes, I'll sing them for you now. The music started, which was a cue for her to start singing. The styles of these two songs were different, but they did not stump Momo at all. She sang them both very well and displayed different characteristics. Lin Fan nodded his head slowly. Then he tapped on the screen. Suddenly, the screen showing Momo's live broadcast was filled with a rain of rockets. 100, 200, 500. Another 500 rockets filled the screen of Momo's live broadcast. The entire screen of the live stream was filled with exclamations. Fate, god of tycoons, Zio AI sings very well too. I beg you to watch Zio AI's live broadcast. ID, that's right, Zio AI not only sings well but she's also very good looking.
Wait.
After Lin Fan saw these comments, he searched for the name Zio AI. Soon a pure and sweet face appeared before his eyes. Face value 93. Favorability 60. At the same time, a notification appeared in Zio AI's live broadcast room. Welcome to the live stream. Let nature take its course. The god of tycoons has come to Zio AI's live broadcast room. All the way to the west, a distinguished guest is here. Welcome, god of tycoons. Heaven and earth, it's the god of tycoons.
Wait.
Naturally, Zio AI also knew about Work Slayer. Her entire body shook excitedly as she said happily, welcome to my live broadcast. Work Slayer, thank you everyone, thank you Zio AI. Work Slayer, Zio AI, can you sing a song called Red High Heels? Of course, Zio AI quickly replied, please wait a moment, Mr. Tycoon. Soon, a light-hearted song started playing in the live broadcast. How should I describe you? How can I be compared to you?
Hey,
Can you make me stop this pursuit? This is the only pair of red high heels I have. The music stopped. Workslayer said not bad. The next moment, 10, 100, 200, 500. Rockets filled covered the entire screen of the live broadcast. After Lin Fan gave the 500 rockets, he ignored the countless comments of admiration and Zio I's heartfelt gratitude. He returned to Xiong's live stream and gave another 500 rockets. Then he left Sharkstream and took off his headphones. After all, Lin Fan still had classes in the afternoon. Also, Lin Fan's fingers were starting to feel sore from clicking on the rockets. He had to take a rest. Ha ha ha, did you guys see that? Did you see that? Xiong was rewarded 1,500 rockets by the godly Work Slayer. Zhang Jinbao shouted excitedly, I told you Xiong will be popular one day. Zhang Jinbao was so happy that he was dancing with joy, and the fat on his body shook up and down. It was as if he had received the 1,500 rockets as a reward. Oh my god, another 500 rockets, what kind of godlike rich man is he? Song Yi sighed. Zhang Jinbao shouted, he's the Work Slayer, he's a man of high status. After a pause, he made up his mind and said, in the future, I want to become an outstanding worker. Ma Zhang, who had always loved to learn, had been paying attention to the conversation between the two. At this moment, he finally put down his book and could not help but ask, what are you guys talking about? What gift of 1,500 rockets? Song Yi said, about 20 minutes ago, a godly tycoon called Work Slayer appeared on Sharkstream. Not only did he give 1,500 rockets to Xiong, but he also gave 1,500 rockets to Momo and Zio AI respectively. In total, he's given 3,000 rockets. One rocket costs 1,000 yuan. 3,000 rockets, that's a total of 3 million yuan. What, he gave away 3 million? Ma Zhang's eyes widened. Although he had already guessed that something big had happened in the live broadcast just now, he did not expect the matter to be so serious. 3 million yuan was spent in 20 minutes. Poverty had limited his imagination.
hey,
Sharkstream's headquarters. The general manager said he gave 3,000 rockets all at once. Quickly check the source of the Sharkstream coins. There's nothing wrong with the source, the technical manager said. Good, haha, the general manager was extremely excited. Quick, spread the news all over the internet. The internet picked up on news extremely fast and with Sharkstream's intentional publicity. Very quickly, the god of tycoons became one of Weibo's most searched topics, attracting the worship of countless people. Lin Fan did not pay much attention to any of this. At this moment, he, Ma Zhang, Song Yi, and Zhang Jinbao had already arrived at the classroom. It was the old professor's class this afternoon, and all the students in the class were already yawning and feeling drowsy. However, the next moment, everyone straightened their backs as if they had been revitalized. The person who walked into the classroom was not the old professor but Hu Tian. Today, Hu Tian's beautiful hair was tied up high. With her light red long dress and her hair tied into a bun, she looked dignified and beautiful. She looked like a noble princess, mesmerizing people. Hu Tian said, Professor Wan had something to do at the last minute today. He asked me to help him with this lesson. Everyone, please tell me where Professor Wan left off, or you can tell me what you don't understand. We're at page 20. The basic content of number theory. Function. The moment Hu Tian finished speaking, the entire classroom was filled with shouts of excitement. In the eyes of the students, this was the best time to communicate with Tianchen. Hu Tian nodded and said, okay then, I'll give you a brief lesson on number theory. Today was Friday. In the past, all the students would want to finish class early and get out of school as soon as possible so that they could start the wonderful weekend. However, today, all the students hoped that the class would go on a little slower and longer. This way, they could spend more time with Tianchen. However, time would not change just because of their thoughts. With a light ring of the bell, the last class for the week came to an end. That's all for today's class, Hu Tian said as she kept her textbook. Lin Fan, come over for a moment. Lin Fan wondered, is it about the twin prime number conjecture again? With that in mind, Lin Fan slowly got up and followed Hu Tian out of the classroom. Behind him, all the students were looking at him with murderous eyes. Lin Fan stepped away from Hu Tian and followed closely behind her. He could see Hu Tian's figure that was like the outline of a vase. He praised in his heart, no wonder everyone likes her so much. Just her back view alone makes her incomparable to many other women. Hu Tian slowly turned around and asked, I heard you signed up for the National Mathematical Modeling Competition. Lin Fan couldn't help but recall Sun Yaodong's figure trotting all the way after he agreed to sign up. He thought Coach Sun sure gets things done fast. Yes, Lin Fan nodded helplessly. When Hu Tian heard this, a faint smile appeared on her face. She said, I was a little worried about our school's results in the competition. Now it seems like I don't have to worry at all. She paused for a second and said, however, I really didn't expect you to participate in the National Mathematical Modeling Competition. Don't you feel like you'll be bullying a child? Hu Tian was very clear on the extent of Lin Fan's mathematical knowledge. He had even surpassed most mathematics professors. This was also the reason why Hu Tian often looked for Lin Fan to discuss problems. From Hu Tian's point of view, Lin Fan participating in the National Mathematical Modeling Competition was like a high school student taking an elementary school mathematics exam. If this was not considered bullying a child, what was? Lin Fan shook his head. Teacher Tianchen, you've overestimated me. I don't even know what kind of competition the National Mathematical Modeling Competition is. Even though Lin Fan had professor-level mathematics experience, that was only in terms of problem-solving thinking, application of formulas, calculation, and other aspects. His ability for those far exceeded ordinary people's. He did not know much about these events, nor did he pay special attention to them. Hu Tian looked at Lin Fan with a strange expression. He did not know what competition it was, yet he signed up for it. However, she did not probe further and explained, the National Mathematical Modeling Competition is a national group competition. Each group will consist of 2 computer science students and 1 mathematics student. The specific division of labor is mathematics and computer design. 2 computer science students, Lin Fan frowned. He had just entered Jiangbei University and did not know any computer science students. What should he do? Hu Tian seemed to understand Lin Fan's concerns. She smiled and said, don't worry, we've already found you 2 very cute computer geniuses. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. She paused for a second before continuing, oh yeah, you have to go to room 305 in the number 1 training building. You have to familiarize yourself with the 2 students from the computing department. You can also listen to the professor explain the specific rules of the competition. I thought you were going to be our teaching professor, Lin Fan said. Hu Tian paused for a moment before she explained, the person guiding you is Professor Zhang from our School of Mathematics. He has a high level of attainment in mathematical modeling, so he's more suitable to guide you. Lin Fan nodded his head. Then Hu Tian seemed to have something to say. After saying a few more words, she strode toward the office with her long, fair legs. Training Building Number 1, Room 305. There were about 20 tables in the spacious room, and each table had a computer. At this moment, the beautiful twins Zia Bing and Zia Zhu were quietly sitting in 2 of the seats. They took out their phones and clicked on Lin Fan's name with great familiarity. They continued to write in the chat box that had already been filled with hundreds of words. While the beautiful twins were typing seriously, Lin Fan finally arrived at room 305. Lin Fan immediately saw the beautiful twins. One wore a long red dress while the other a long blue dress. He was stunned. Why were they here? Could it be, were they the cute computer geniuses that Tianchen mentioned? They were indeed very cute. However, they were computer geniuses. He was not able to tell it all. Lin Fan walked slowly toward the beautiful twins with doubts in his heart. When he reached the beautiful twins, Lin Fan was once again stunned. He found that the beautiful twins were writing almost the same message that was supposed to be sent to him. Hello, are you asleep? Thank you for stopping the basketball and saving me. The moon is so round tonight, do you see it? You weren't playing basketball today, will you go tomorrow? There are so many stars in the sky today and the weather should be good tomorrow. Will you go play basketball? It'll be great to finally see you play basketball again. Will you send us a message tomorrow?
Vai.
The teacher helped us sign up for the National Mathematical Modeling Competition. I don't know who we'll be forming a team with, so I'm a little nervous. Oh right, I forgot to ask which department you're from. When Lin Fan saw this, it was as though he had been cast with a freezing spell. He finally understood why the beautiful twins had not messaged him. It was because they had been hesitant. Even though the chat box was filled with words, they did not dare to click send. Lin Fan also knew that the beautiful twins liked him. In fact, their favorability had reached 99 points. However, Lin Fan felt that as long as he did not take the initiative go over and chat with them, he would not meet them again. In that case, the twins' favorability toward him should slowly decrease. They would slowly forget about him. Time could wash away everything. At this moment, Lin Fan finally understood that he had been wrong. Furthermore, he had made an outrageous mistake. The beautiful twins' feelings for him had been deeply ingrained in their bones. Their feelings were like a bottle of fine wine. The longer it was, the richer it would be. At this time, the beautiful twins seemed to notice that there was someone beside them and turned to the side. The next moment their eyes met. The beautiful twins were stunned. It was him. He had actually appeared in front of them. The faces of the beautiful twins revealed a touch of unconcealed joy. Then they seemed to have thought of something. They quickly each took out a bottle of energy drink from their backpacks and handed it to Lin Fan. At this moment, Professor Zhang, who had a receding hairline, walked in. Hey, you're all here, he laughed. However, the beautiful twins seemed to not have heard him. They continued to look at Lin Fan with anticipation. Human hearts were made of flesh. The twin beauties were so infatuated with him, so how could Lin Fan be indifferent? Finally, Lin Fan slowly opened his arms and pulled the beautiful twins into his embrace. The beautiful twins' heartbeats were racing as they felt Lin Fan's body temperature and smelled his unique scent. Their pretty faces were flushed red. He was hugging them. Professor Zhang, who was standing in the distance, saw this. His mouth was half open and his face was blank. That was right. The university did not prohibit students from dating. Some students even got married and had children while still in university. However, those relationships were monogamous. What was the situation now? A male student was hugging two students at the same time right in front of him. What should he do? He pretend not to see. If Professor Zhang had come silently earlier and left silently now, it would not have been a big deal. However, the key point was that he had just greeted them. After hesitating for a long time, Professor Zhang finally coughed and said, "You guys must be Lin Fan from the mathematics department and Zia Bing and Zia Zhu from the computer department, right?" Lin Fan seemed to have just noticed Professor Zhang. He slowly let go of Zia Bing and Zia Zhu before saying, "Yes, that's me." Professor Zhang was indeed a professor. He had seen countless storms and quickly forgot about the scene just now. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Yang, a professor in the School of Mathematics. Mathematical modeling is an important method that uses mathematical tools and a computer to build a model, thus solving practical problems. Of course, you're all the best in your respective departments, so I won't waste my breath on these simple conceptual explanations. Zhang Yang laughed. After a pause, Zhang Yang continued, "Lin Fan, you should know about Zia Bing and Zia Zhu's situation. So you're not only responsible for mathematical calculations and thesis but also for verbal communication. Do you have a problem with that?" However, Zhang Yang did not wait for his answer and continued, "It's good that there's no problem." Lin Fan was speechless. Did he say anything? "Professor Zhang, is it really all right for you to make a decision on my behalf like this?" Zhang Yang recalled that Lin Fan had already hugged Xia Bing and Xia Zhu in his arms. He even formed a team with the two of them to participate in the national mathematical modeling competition. He must have made all these preparations beforehand. Let's start with some simple training, Zhang Yang said. Zhang Yang glanced around the classroom and said, "Now, use your mathematical knowledge to design a comfortable chair." If it was someone else who suddenly heard this question, they would definitely be confused. A chair was just a chair, no. Did they even need to use mathematical knowledge to design one? However, Lin Fan was different. A large amount of data appeared in his mind. Then he turned to the beautiful twins and said, "I'll do the calculations and you guys design it. How about it?" At this time, the faces of the beautiful twins were still flushed. After they heard Lin Fan's words, they nodded their heads excitedly. Soon, the rhythmic tapping of the keyboard sounded in training room 305. In just a few hours, a modern-looking chair with perfect statistics appeared on the computer desktop. Seeing this, Zhang Yang's mouth was half open and he was completely stunned. "Good, very good, your mathematical modeling abilities are better than I thought. If you guys can perform well during the National Mathematical Modeling Competition, it shouldn't be a problem to win a national award." Zhang Yang's face was full of smiles. Jiangbei University was one of the top 10 universities in the country, but they had little honor in the field of mathematics in recent years. This made the mathematics professors feel embarrassed. If they could win a national award, it would be a good thing. "No, I have to get Professor Hu Tian to help train you guys. She's an expert in mathematical modeling. With her help, you might have a chance to win the Higher Education Cup." Zhang Yang's face was filled with excitement. It was as if the three of them had already won the Higher Education Cup. The Higher Education Cup referred to the first place in the National Mathematical Modeling Competition. One had to know that Jiangbei University had never won the Higher Education Cup since its establishment. If it could be achieved this year, it would be an absolute honor for Jiangbei University, especially for the School of Mathematics. Thus, Zhang Yang gave a few more casual instructions and hurriedly walked out of room 305. It was obvious that he was planning to look for Hu Tian and the other higher-ups to discuss this matter. After Lin Fan heard Zhang Yang's words, he had a strange look on his face. Zhang Yang said that Hu Tian was an expert in mathematical modeling. With her help, they would have a chance to compete for the Higher Education Cup. However, did Hu Tian not say that Zhang Yang had a high level of attainment in mathematical modeling? She even said that Zhang Yang was more suitable to guide them. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Yang's back as he left. He shook his head and put this matter to the back of his mind. Then Lin Fan glanced at the empty training room and the almost perfect chair on the two computer screens. He could not help but recall Xia Bing's and Xia Zhu's incomparably skilled movements and superb skills when they were operating the computers. He could not help but say, "Can you guys help me look for something on the internet?" Xia Bing's and Xia Zhu's two small heads were like chicks pecking at rice as they constantly nodded. To them, being able to help Lin Fan was definitely a very blissful thing. Lin Fan said, "I want to find 100-year-old ginseng. Can you guys check where I can buy it?" During this period of time, he had been searching for information on the 100-year-old ginseng on the internet. However, he did not manage to find anything. Lin Fan often thought that maybe it was because his computer skills were too bad. Now that he realized Xia Bing's and Xia Zhu's skills in computer technology had far surpassed superhuman technology, he could not help but make that request. Room 305 of the number 1 training building, which had been quiet for a moment, was once again filled with rhythmic sounds. At the same time, dense characters appeared on the two computer screens. Very quickly, a piece of news was locked onto the two computer screens. On September 7th, Jingbei Xinyu Hotel would hold an auction, and one of the items was from the Ming Dynasty. It was Wang Duo's mountain-like pure invitation. It was a green chrysanthemum bowl that stored 100-year-old ginseng. Lin Fan's eyes lit up when he saw this. 7th of September, was that not tomorrow? Perhaps he would be able to obtain the 100-year-old ginseng tomorrow and obtain the right to purchase medical potions. Zia Bing, Zia Zhu, you guys have really helped me a lot, Lin Fan said happily. Hearing Lin Fan's praise, Zia Bing's and Zia Zhu's faces immediately bloomed like a flower, looking extremely radiant. Since the auction was tomorrow, Lin Fan did not stay in room 305 for too long. He had to hurry to Jingbei.
Eh?
At this moment, Zhang Yang quickly walked into the office. Good news, Zhang Yang said excitedly. What good news is it? A teacher asked. Zhang Yang said, for this year's National Mathematical Modeling Competition, our school will have at least one national award. Don't you guys think it's good news?
Yeah.
Really? How can it be fake? In fact, if Professor Hu Tian can help with the training, I think it's not impossible for us to win the Higher Education Cup, Zhang Yang said excitedly. As soon as he said that, the teachers in the office all let out sounds of surprise. You're talking about Lin Fan's team, right? Hu Tian asked. It seems like you know them too. Professor Hu Tian, come with me to train them tomorrow, Zhang Yang said. However, Hu Tian shook her head and said, I won't train them. Why is that, Professor Hu Tian? I can guarantee that they're the most talented team members I've ever seen, Zhang Yang said. I've already spoken to the director and the others about this, so you don't have to try to persuade me, Hu Tian said. Zhang Yang looked at her determined expression and sighed. Okay, sigh. I just told Lin Fan and the others that if you helped train them they might be able to win the Higher Education Cup. I'm afraid they're going to be disappointed now. When Hu Tian heard this, she could not help but rub her forehead as she thought to herself, how could Zhang Yang say such things so quickly? She had just told Lin Fan that Zhang Yang was the most suitable person to train them, but she was already sold out at the next moment. Jiangbei University, room 104. Just as Lin Fan walked in, Song Yi, Ma Zhang and Zheng Jinbao all turned their gazes over. Brother Lin Fan, did teacher Tianchen ask you to go to her office to discuss math problems again? Song Yi asked. At this point, the eyes of the three people were a little red. Envy and jealousy. He was alone with teacher Tianchen for several hours. What a happy event. No, Lin Fan replied. Teacher Tianchen asked me to go to the training building to participate in the National Mathematical Modeling Competition. Training for the National Mathematical Modeling Competition. Song Yi, Ma Zhang and Zheng Jinbao all revealed a puzzled look. Obviously, none of them had received such a notice. Don't tell me it's teacher Tianchen who's giving you training, asked Zheng Jinbao. As soon as he said that, the eyes of the three people turned red again. It's a professor called Zhang Yang, Lin Fan said. Song Yi, Ma Zhang and Zheng Jinbao nodded in realization, and their expressions gradually returned to normal. It did not matter if he received training or not. What was important was teacher Tianchen. Song Yi saw that Lin Fan was packing his luggage and asked, Lin Fan, where are you going? I have something urgent to attend to. I need to go to Jingbei, Lin Fan said. Be careful on your journey, Song Yi said. Lin Fan nodded his head and strode outside. He had not gone far when the phone in his pocket rang. It was a call from Liu Yuheng. Brother Lin Fan, I have good news for you. I have found the whereabouts of 100-year-old ginseng. Liu Yuheng's excited voice came through the phone. Is it the auction at Zhongbei Xinyu Hotel? Lin Fan asked. You already know about that, Liu Yuheng was surprised. After hearing Liu Yuheng's words, Lin Fan's face lit up with joy. In fact, when Zia Bing and Zia Zhu found out about the auction on the internet, Lin Fan could not be absolutely sure if there was really 100-year-old ginseng there. However, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would go to the capital to take a look. Now, after hearing the news from Liu Yuheng, Lin Fan immediately understood that there was indeed 100-year-old ginseng in the capital. Yes, I just got the news. I'm preparing to go to Jingbei now, Lin Fan said. Oh, I haven't been to Jingbei in a while. How about I go with you? Liu Yuheng said. That would be great, Lin Fan said. Lin Fan was not sure if the auction at Xinyu Hotel required an invitation or something like that. Now that Liu Yuheng was coming with him, it would save him a lot of trouble. All right, I'll see you at the airport, Liu Yuheng said. As a large city in the central region, the scene of the airport in Jiangbei City was extremely grand. Even at night it was crowded and noisy. Liu Yuhang, who was wearing a gray shirt and big-rimmed glasses, stood in the distance. He kept waving and saying, "Brother Lin Fan over here." Lin Fan looked at his watch and said, "It's almost time, let's go board the plane." Vacherin Constantin Tour de l'Isle, "Brother Lin Fan, I didn't expect you to get your hands on this watch," Liu Yuhang shouted excitedly. "It's just a watch, it's nothing to Liu Medical, right?" Lin Fan said. Liu Yuhang smiled bitterly. "My father controls all of Liu Medical's funds, he only gives me some pocket money every year. In order to buy a Lamborghini, I had to save and live frugally for almost a year. If I want to buy this Vacherin Constantin Tour de l'Isle, I'll have to save and live frugally for another year." He saved his pocket money for a year to buy a Lamborghini. Liu Yuhang sighed and said, "Your parents are the best. You can just buy a Lamborghini and Vacherin Constantin Tour de l'Isle." After a pause, he continued, "By the way, Brother Lin Fan, is it convenient for you to tell me what your family does? Our two families might be able to join hands to do some business in the future." In Liu Yuhang's eyes, Lin Fan not only had a Lamborghini but also Vacherin Constantin Tour de l'Isle. His financial power was undeniable. Furthermore, Lin Fan was also very close to Song Jiaxin. His family's power was definitely not ordinary. If Liu Medical and Lin Fan's family could get closer, it would be a great thing. Lin Fan thought for a moment and immediately understood what Liu Yuhang was thinking. He said honestly, "My family only has a small clothing store in Qing City. I'm afraid we can't do business with your family." Liu Yuhang did not trust that Lin Fan's family just ran a small clothing store. He thought that Lin Fan was just being humble. Liu Yuhang had been thinking about the biggest clothing company in Qing City, but he had no idea what it could be. Liu Yuhang said, "That's still uncertain, who knows, maybe one day our two families might work together on some project." Lin Fan chuckled and did not explain much. The two of them chatted as they walked and went straight to the airport's VIP waiting room. They boarded the first-class cabin in advance. The plane flew smoothly and arrived in Jingbei in about 2 hours. When the two of them walked out of the airport, an impressive-looking Mercedes-Benz S500 was already waiting not far away. Liu Medical's largest branch was located in Jingbei, and this Mercedes-Benz S500 was the company's car. Lin Fan sat in the quiet Mercedes-Benz S500, looking at the tall buildings in the distance and the courtyards that were full of the aura of the times. He nodded slightly. He praised in his heart, as expected of the economic and cultural center of the country. Liu Yuhang put down his phone and smiled excitedly. "Brother Lin Fan, we've come at the right time. There's actually a match at Tingfeng Villa today. It's still early. Let's go have some fun together. How about it?" Through the matter of searching for 100-year-old Ganoderma and 100-year-old ginseng, Lin Fan understood that it was necessary to make friends with some people. In addition, he had nothing to do at night anyway, so it was fine to play. "All right," Lin Fan nodded his head. "Don't worry, you'll definitely be satisfied," Liu Yuhang laughed. Tingfeng Villa was located near Jingbei's Third Ring Road. It was a large villa shaped like a palace. At this moment, all kinds of luxury cars such as Ferraris, Porsches, and Bentleys were lined up neatly at the entrance. The courtyard of Tingfeng Villa was extremely spacious. The dining table was filled with roasted meat, top-grade sashimi, foie gras, and many other delicacies. Beautiful women in branded clothes and bikinis were walking back and forth around the heated pool in the middle. They laughed and giggled, making it very lively. "Brother Lin Fan, have you found anyone you like?" Liu Yuhang whispered. "No, I haven't," Lin Fan shook his head. Liu Yuhang said, "There are so many of them and you still haven't found one you like. Brother Lin Fan, your standards are as high as mine." As he said this, he happened to see a beautiful woman with a curvaceous figure in a patterned bikini. His eyes lit up as he said, "Take your time then, I'll excuse myself first." Liu Yuhang tidied his clothes, picked up a glass of red wine and strode toward a bikini-clad girl. At this moment, a beautiful woman with long black hair and exquisite facial features slowly walked in. She was wearing a white one-piece dress that complemented her jade-like skin and highlighted her perfect figure. In Lin Fan's memory, Manager Han's figure was similar to hers. However, she was more beautiful than Manager Han. Perhaps only Teacher Tianxian could be compared to her. Lin Fan could not help but use his eyes of truth to observe. Face value 97. Favorability 50. Her face value was 97, she was only slightly inferior to Tianxian. Without a doubt, she was a super beauty. Many of the men at Tingfeng Villa also noticed her. They could not wait and walked toward the beauty in the dress. Among them included Liu Yuheng, who was walking toward the bikini-clad girl with a glass of red wine in his hand. Very quickly, the beauty in the dress was surrounded. When Lin Fan saw this, he shook his head slightly. Beautiful women were good, but if he had to stick to them like a dog, that was something he could never do. Lin Fan scanned his surroundings, and his gaze landed on a white piano not far away. It was really boring to just stand there. Thus Lin Fan strolled to the piano and sat down. He first looked around, took a deep breath, and then placed his long fingers on the black and white keys. Instantly, a light and gentle note jumped out from his fingers. The beauties who were playing gradually stopped talking and looked over. The bikini-clad beauties who were swimming in the pool suddenly jumped out of the water and listened quietly as well. Even the beautiful woman in the dress in the distance started to look up. All of their eyes were on the piano and on Lin Fan. As the piano played, they seemed to see themselves grow wings in their minds. They turned into beautiful butterflies flying freely. They were relaxed, free, and extremely happy. In their eyes, Lin Fan was like a butterfly that was blooming in a sea of flowers. It was mesmerizing. They were all a little dazed. At the end of the song, the audience immediately burst into a warm round of applause. "You played so nicely. That was great." The beauty in the dress even took the initiative to walk up to him with her long legs. "This is the first time I've heard someone play Dream of Love so well," she said with a smile. Lin Fan did not expect her to come over. He was stunned for a moment before saying, "You're too kind." "Do you want a drink?" The beauty in the dress handed him a glass of red wine. Lin Fan did not reply. He took the red wine and lightly brushed hands with the lady in the dress. Then he slowly poured the contents of the glass into his mouth. "It's silky and sweet when it goes down the throat, but it doesn't its fragrance. There's also an aftertaste. It's not a bad wine," Lin Fan commented. "Sir, do you also know about wine?" The beautiful eyes of the beauty in the dress flickered as she said. Even though Lin Fan's drinking actions were simple, he was skilled and smooth as flowing water. He appeared extremely free and easy. Coupled with the appropriate comments, it was as if he was the maker of the wine. It was truly fascinating. Drinking gentlemen had infinite charm. "I know a little," Lin Fan said. It was rare to see someone so polite and humble. As their conversation went on, the lady in the dress found Lin Fan more incomprehensible. She felt that Lin Fan was even more mysterious. She could not help but want to get closer to him and get to know him. The beautiful women who had been chatting with the men around them no longer had any thoughts of talking to them. From time to time, they would look at Lin Fan and the beauty in the dress. They were hoping that the beautiful lady in the dress would suddenly leave Lin Fan's side. That way, they might have a chance. However, their expectations were in vain. In the end, Lin Fan hugged the slim waist of the beauty and slowly walked toward a private room in Tingfeng Villa. That night, neither Lin Fan nor the beautiful woman in the dress slept. However, the bed in the private room shook the entire night. The next day, when Lin Fan opened his eyes, he was the only one in the room. Lin Fan looked at the white bed sheet that had disappeared and the stack of red bills on the table. He blinked and muttered, "What is this?" Lin Fan shook his head, then put on his clothes and got out of bed. Ding ding. At that moment, Lin Fan's phone vibrated. 2 text messages appeared on the screen. "Notice from Merchant Bank. 710,300 yuan has been deposited into your account at 12:00 a.m. Notice from Merchant Bank. 65 million yuan has been deposited into your account at 10:10 a.m. Lin Fan was not surprised by the first piece of news. That was because he would receive around 700,000 yuan every morning. However, what was the second message about? 65 million yuan. Ring ring ring. Just as Lin Fan was feeling puzzled, his phone rang. Lin Fan looked at the caller ID. It was the property manager of Kaiyankun Building, Wang Zhongde. After seeing that, Lin Fan immediately had a guess about the 65 million yuan transfer. Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm little Wang from Kaiyankun Building. May I know if I'm disturbing your rest? Wang Zhongde said carefully. If the bosses of the companies in Kaiyankun Building knew that Wang Zhongde called himself Little Wang and was so careful, it was uncertain what their expressions would be. No, I've been awake for a while. Do you need something? According to your request, I collected next year's rent from all the companies in Kaiyankun Building yesterday. The total is 65 million yuan, Wang Zhongde quickly said. I wanted to transfer the money to you yesterday, but there was a problem with the banking system, so I only received the notification today. Have you received it, Mr. Lin? Lin Fan said, You did well, I've already received it. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Lin. This is something I should do, Wang Zhongde said happily. In that case, I won't disturb your rest. Goodbye. Even Lin Fan could not help but smile when he suddenly received 65 million. Right now, Lin Fan's funds had already reached a huge amount of 81 million. Liu Yuheng was already waiting for him downstairs at Tingfeng Villa. When he saw Lin Fan, he shouted, Brother Lin Fan, you really made us suffer yesterday. You guys, Lin Fan was confused. Didn't you yesterday? All the beauties were attracted to you and almost none of the others succeeded. That includes me, Liu Yuheng shouted. As he said this, his eyes seemed to be a little red. He felt wronged and helpless. It was not easy for him to encounter the situation at Tingfeng Villa. Lin Fan did not expect such an outcome. He coughed lightly and said, By the way, when is the auction at Xinyu Hotel? Liu Yuheng looked at the time. 12:30, let's go now, it should be about time. Alright, let's go then, Lin Fan nodded. Xinyu Hotel was located on the second ring road of Jingbei. The entire hotel's outer wall was made of marble, looking extremely fashionable. The interior of the hotel was decorated in a Chinese style with carved railings, jade tiles, lanterns hanging high, and a wisp of sandalwood fragrance drifting in the air. It gave people a sense of calmness and peace. After Liu Yuheng announced the name of Liu Medical, he was assigned to a private room on the third floor. The room was not big, but it was decorated with high-quality mahogany tables and chairs. After Liu Yuheng and Lin Fan entered the room, a waitress with a good figure came in with a smile. The waitress handed over a menu wrapped in real leather and said, Is there anything you two need? Liu Yuheng pushed the menu to Lin Fan and said, The tea and food here are all pretty good. Brother Lin Fan, see if there's anything you'd like to eat. Lin Fan casually flipped through it and said, A pot of Longjing tea, shrimp with jaded strips, green vegetables, sautéed vermicelli with spicy minced pork, chicken soup, roast duck, and desserts. Lin Fan had only ordered a pot of tea, 5 dishes, and a snack. However, this was the Xinyu Hotel. Even the cheapest vegetable dishes cost 300 yuan a serving, and the other dishes, including Longjing tea and the rest, they were all more than 1,000 yuan. The cost of this meal was already close to 20,000 yuan. Of course, to Lin Fan and Liu Yuheng, it was just a small amount of money. It was nothing. Sitting in the private room, he looked down at the lanterns hanging high in the lobby of Xinyu Hotel. The exquisite carvings and ancient decorations gave him a different feeling. Are there any specific rules for the auction here? Lin Fan asked. There aren't many rules. After you take a fancy to an item, you just have to raise the paddle on the table and increase the price, Liu Yuheng said. However, there is one thing you need to know, Liu Yuheng continued. Before the auction, you must have enough money, otherwise the consequences will be severe. This was no doubt a rule set for those who bid randomly. Lin Fan nodded his head. The two chatted for a while until Liu Yuheng's stomach suddenly felt uncomfortable, so he left the room. It was 12:00 p.m. The phone in Lin Fan's pocket vibrated. Red packets had appeared. Ding, congratulations, you've received 10 yuan. Ding, congratulations, you've received 10,000 yuan.
Wait.
Ding, congratulations, you've received 1 bottle of Han Emperor Maodai. Ding, congratulations, you've received 3 yuan. Ding, congratulations, you've received 2,000 yuan. This time, Lin Fan received a total of 30,000 yuan and a bottle of Han Emperor Maodai. When Lin Fan raised his head, a bottle of Han Emperor Maodai, which was carved with an exquisite dragon pattern and looked like a jade seal, appeared in front of him. At the same time, Liu Yuhang pushed the door open and returned to the room. He looked at the weirdly shaped Han Emperor Maodai on the table and asked, "Brother Lin Fan, what's this?" "Wine, fine wine, do you want to try it?" Lin Fan said. "Fine wine? Of course I have to taste it. Just by looking at the packaging I can tell that the taste is definitely not bad." Liu Yuhang licked his lips and said excitedly. Obviously, he was also a person who liked wine. Lin Fan picked up the bottle and was about to pour it into the glass in front of him. "Brother Lin Fan, let's pour the wine into the wine dispenser first," Liu Yuhang said. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Fan poured the wine into the wine dispenser. Immediately, a strong wine fragrance filled the entire private room. Liu Yuhang said, "What a fragrant wine, and the design is so beautiful." Liu Yuhang could not help but gulp. Lin Fan looked at his excited expression and immediately filled his glass. Liu Yuhang did not hold back and finished the drink in one gulp. He praised, "Good wine, good wine." Lin Fan took a sip as well. After closing his eyes, he nodded his head. At this moment, a white-haired old man in a tang suit and a tall beauty happened to pass by the private room. The old man sniffed and let out a soft sound. After a slight pause, he knocked on the door. Liu Yuhang, who was enjoying the wine, asked, "Do we still have any dishes that haven't been served?" "They should all be here," Lin Fan said. "Please come in," Liu Yuhang frowned. When he saw that it was an old man and a beautiful lady, Lin Fan's face was filled with doubt. Liu Yuhang's mouth was half open, and he was completely stunned. "I'm sorry to have disturbed your meal," the old man said apologetically. When Liu Yuhang heard the old man's voice, he slowly closed his mouth and said, "No, you're not disturbing us. Are you Elder Zhou?" "Oh, you know me," the old man said. Liu Yuhang's face was filled with respect when he heard the old man's answer. "Hello, Mr. Zhou, I am Liu Sifeng's grandson, Liu Yuhang. I followed my grandfather to the Northern Chamber of Commerce to meet you once," Liu Yuhang said. Elder Zhou recalled for a moment. "So you're Liu Sifeng's grandson, your grandfather's medical skills are very good, he even treated my illness in the past. The next time you see your grandfather, please send my regards." "Grandpa will be very happy to hear this," Liu Yuhang said sincerely. If the Liu family was one of the top families in Jiangbei, then the Zhou family was one of the top families in the entire country. Elder Zhou Guitao was the backbone of the Zhou family. One could only imagine how noble his status was. It was no wonder Liu Yuhang was so respectful. It was like a commoner meeting a noble. Actually, the reason why I took the liberty to come in was that I was attracted by the wine's fragrance. As Zhou Guitao spoke, his turbid eyes fell directly on the Han Emperor Maodai. A hint of reminiscence appeared on his old face. Liu Yuhang opened his mouth, but no words came out. After all, the Han Emperor Maodai was not his. Liu Yuhang did not say anything and immediately gave the whole bottle to Zhou Guitao. Fine wine was indeed delicious. However, if he could use this opportunity to befriend Zhou Guitao, it would definitely be a great thing. The problem was that the Han Emperor Maodai was Lin Fan's, so he could not say much. "Old man, are you also a wine lover?" Lin Fan asked. "I've drunk it before, the taste is still fresh in my memory," Zhou Guitao said. Lin Fan nodded. "We were in the midst of eating. If you don't mind, why don't you sit down and join us?" "Then I won't be polite," Zhou Guitao laughed. The beauty standing beside him reminded him, "Grandpa, your body." "It's fine, it's just a little wine, it's no big deal," Zhou Guitao said. After he finished speaking, he sat down. When Zhou Guotao saw the wine dispenser, he frowned and said, "You're drinking the Han Emperor Maotai that's worth more than 30 million yuan and you're using a wine dispenser. It's a bit of a waste."
Thumpy.
Liu Yuheng's hands trembled when he heard Zhou Guotao's words. His chopsticks fell to the ground. He stuttered, Elder Zhou, how much did you say the wine cost?" Zhou Guotao said there were only 10 bottles of Han Emperor Maotai produced in 1992. According to statistics, a total of 9 bottles of Han Emperor Maotai have been drunk so far. The last bottle was sold at an auction for 32 million 2 years ago. In front of you should be the only bottle of Han Emperor Maotai left in this world. If it were to be auctioned, the price would be at least 40 million. If it was someone else who had said that it was worth more than 40 million, Liu Yuheng would have spat in their face. However, the person who said that was the backbone of the Zhou family, Zhou Guotao. That meant it was the truth.
Gulp.
Liu Yuheng swallowed hard, his face full of shock. A bottle of wine was worth more than 40 million yuan. He had just drunk a glass of it. How much was that? 500,000, 1 million. How much was the remaining wine in the wine dispenser? 300,000, 500,000. Even though Liu Yuheng was the young master of Liu Medical, he did not dare to spend like this. Then Liu Yuheng's gaze returned to Lin Fan. Initially, Liu Yuheng thought that he was starting to understand Lin Fan. From the looks of it now, he might only know the tip of the iceberg of Lin Fan's abilities. He took out a bottle of Han Emperor Maotai that was worth more than 40 million yuan, and Lin Fan, what was his identity? Naturally, Lin Fan did not know what Liu Yuheng was thinking. He just poured a glass of wine for Zhou Guotao and said, "Old man, please." Zhou Guotao did not stand on ceremony. He picked up the glass and sniffed it. Then he slowly poured it into his mouth. Instantly, Zhou Guotao's old face was filled with reminiscence and enjoyment. "Not bad, this is the taste. It's rich and mellow, the texture is delicate, and the aftertaste is endless. As expected of Han Emperor Maotai," Zhou Guotao praised sincerely. Lin Fan said, "It seems that you really like it. I still have some of it left, so I'll give it to you." "Oh, kid, are you willing to part with your wine?" Zhou Guotao was surprised. "This is the last bottle of the Han Emperor Maotai in the world." Zhou Guotao was silently observing Lin Fan. He realized that his drinking actions were smooth and natural. He even had a bottle of Han Emperor Maotai. Obviously, he was also a person who liked wine. The old man knew very well how painful it was for a person who loved wine to give away a bottle of Han Emperor Maotai. It was definitely comparable to cutting his own flesh. Lin Fan said, "Han Emperor Maotai is indeed rich, full, and complete. It has almost perfected every aspect of what a good wine should be. But sometimes perfection doesn't mean it's the best. Sometimes a slight shortcoming makes the wine more layered. From this point of view, 5-Star and Fairy are more distinctive. I don't like the Han Emperor Maotai, so it should go to the people who appreciate it." When Zhou Guotao heard Lin Fan's words, his wrinkled old face was filled with a strange light. A young man in his 20s actually understood wine to this extent. It was simply too rare. After a long while, Zhou Guotao laughed and said, "If that's the case, then I'd be impolite if I refused." After a pause, he added, "I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Zhou Guotao. Kid, if you don't mind, you can call me Grandpa Zhou. How about it?" The beautiful woman standing next to him could not hide her surprise. She rarely saw her grandfather introduce himself to young men. He had even asked him to call her Grandpa Zhou. Although Han Emperor Maotai was precious, her grandfather received many more gifts that were more valuable than that. She had never seen her grandfather like this. Could it be that this young man had something special about him? When the beauty thought of this, she could not help but re-examine Lin Fan from head to toe. "Hello, Grandpa Zhou, I'm Lin Fan," Lin Fan said. "Good, haha," Zhou Guotao laughed. Ring, ring, ring. At this moment, a light-hearted tune was heard in Xinyu Hotel. Zhou Guotao said, "The auction is about to start, so I won't be staying for long. Lin Fan, I'll see you around." "Goodbye, Grandpa Zhou," Lin Fan said. "See you later, Mr. Zhou," Liu Yuheng said. After Zhou Guotao and the beauty left, Liu Yuheng said enviously, "Brother Lin Fan, you can actually call him Grandpa Zhou." Lin Fan said calmly, "He should be close to 80, right? What's the big deal with calling him Grandpa?" What? The reason why the Zhou family was able to become one of the top families in the country is all due to Elder Zhou's efforts. If other people know that you can call him Grandpa Zhou, they'll definitely be so jealous that their teeth will be ground to dust, Liu Yuheng shouted excitedly. Lin Fan looked at Liu Yuheng with a smile. So jealous that their teeth will be ground to dust, just like you. Then Liu Yuheng poured some water into the wine dispenser. He then grabbed the wine dispenser and drank the water. "What are you doing?" Lin Fan asked. "This is the last bottle of Han Emperor Maotai in the world. I can't waste it," Liu Yuheng said. Lin Fan was speechless.
Eh?
In another private room, the beauty first poured a cup of tea for Zhou Guotao, then could not help but say, "Grandfather, why are you so friendly with that Lin Fan?" Zhou Guotao took a sip of tea and said, "That kid is magnanimous and profound. His future is limitless and he'll turn into a formidable figure." The beautiful woman's eyes narrowed slightly. She rarely heard her grandfather give such a high evaluation of a young man. She could not help but look at Lin Fan's room as if she wanted to reevaluate Lin Fan. At this time, a beautiful and graceful woman in a long red dress led 5 beautiful women with lanterns in their hands to the center of the lobby of Xinyu Hotel. "Welcome to Xinyu Hotel," the beautiful woman said with a smile. "Many treasures have been prepared for this auction. I hope you can buy something you like. In addition, 20% of the proceeds from the auction will be donated to charity in everyone's name. Let today's auction begin." The beautiful woman's voice was full of magnetism. Even though she had spoken in the middle of the lobby for a while, it did not cause any disgust in the crowd. On the contrary, it gave people the illusion that they were listening to a melodious song, which was very enjoyable. Soon, a round jade bowl with exquisite patterns was slowly brought up. "This is the green chrysanthemum bowl from the Ming Dynasty's official kiln," the beautiful woman introduced. "This bowl once followed eunuch San Bao to the west, be it the workmanship, the carvings, or the materials, they were all the best of the Ming Dynasty. It can even be said to represent the peak of porcelain technology in the Ming Dynasty. The starting price is 300,000. As soon as she finished speaking, someone immediately raised their paddle. 500,000. 800,000.
Eh?
When the price reached 2 million, the bidding slowed down significantly. In the end, the Ming Dynasty green chrysanthemum bowl was sold for 2.3 million yuan. Following that, the beautiful woman held an auction for 2 more pieces of porcelain and a painting. Liu Yuheng and Lin Fan were not interested in these things, so they did not bid. The two of them ate desserts, drank tea, and occasionally chatted. They were quite relaxed and at ease. At this moment, another auction item was brought up. "There's always a magical introduction to 100-year-old ginsengs in medical books and legends," the gorgeous beauty said. "Thus, many people are tirelessly searching for the whereabouts of a 100-year-old ginseng. However, real 100-year-old ginsengs are rarely found. Today, we have a real 100-year-old ginseng. The starting price is 400,000. As soon as she finished speaking, an ancient ginseng, a round-faced man with dark circles around his eyes who was sitting in a private room on the 3rd floor, chuckled and said, "I've been feeling a little weak recently. It's the right time to eat a 100-year-old ginseng to replenish my energy." 500,000, the round-faced man raised his paddle and shouted. Almost at the same time the round-faced man finished speaking, Lin Fan also raised the bidding paddle in his hand and said, 5 million. He directly raised the price by 10 times. Lin Fan was determined to get the 100-year-old ginseng. He did not want to bid slowly, it was too troublesome. Originally, some people wanted to bid for the 100-year-old ginseng, but after hearing this price, they all let go of their bidding paddles. Those who were qualified to participate in the auction of Xinyu Hotel were not fools. They had heard some legends about 100-year-old ginsengs, but legends were just legends. The true medicinal effects of a 100-year-old ginseng were actually very limited. It was barely acceptable to spend hundreds of thousands or even a million to buy 100-year-old ginseng. If one had to spend 5 million, it would not be worth it. Moreover, someone had directly called out a bid of 5 million. It was obvious that he was determined to get it. Once they competed with him, it would be easy for them to be hated by the other party. It was definitely not a wise thing to offend someone at Xinyu Hotel. All the bidders looked at Lin Fan and Liu Yuhang's private room curiously. Lin Fan was naturally calm. Liu Yuhang, on the other hand, was frozen. He knew that Lin Fan had been searching for 100-year-old ginseng all this while. For this reason, he even specially came to the capital from Jiangbei. However, Liu Yuhang did not expect Lin Fan to bid 10 times the original price, which was 5 million. After a while, Liu Yuhang gave him a thumbs up and said, "Brother Lin Fan, you're awesome." When Liu Yuhang gave him a thumbs up, the round-faced man in the room opposite them looked over. The round-faced man's face darkened slightly as he grunted, "It's Liu Yuhang, damn, do you want to play? I'll play with you until the end." The round-faced man raised his bidding paddle again. 5.2 million. The round-faced man had had a grudge against Liu Yuhang for a long time. He had just called out 500,000 when the other party immediately called out 5 million. The other party was definitely targeting him. Liu Yuhang was surprised to hear someone else make a bid. The Liu family had been in the medical field for generations, and he had a certain understanding of various medicinal herbs. Generally speaking, 100-year-old ginseng was indeed precious, but its price was only worth around 2 million yuan. 5 million was definitely a high price. Also, Lin Fan had directly bid 5 million. He was clearly determined to win. Under such circumstances, most people would probably choose to give up as they did not want to offend anyone. What was the situation now? Liu Yuhang looked at the bidder with confusion. The next moment, Liu Yuhang's face turned dark. "Wan Lang." Then he turned to Lin Fan and said, "Wan Lang and I have some conflicts. He's definitely trying to raise the price. A 100-year-old ginseng should be worth around 2 million. It's not worth it to continue bidding. Why don't we just give up? I'll get more people to pay attention, and I believe that we'll be able to find another 100-year-old ginseng soon." Lin Fan said casually, "It's just money, it's okay." 10 million, he raised his paddle again.
Whoosh.
The entire place was silent. Liu Yuhang was stunned again.
Yes.
He knew that Lin Fan's family was really strong. However, he did not expect Lin Fan to bid 10 million. It felt like Lin Fan wasn't calling out 10 million but 1,000 yuan. He did it so casually as if he did not care at all. In reality, Lin Fan did not really care much about money. Lin Fan also believed that with the Liu family's power, they would definitely be able to find another 100-year-old ginseng. However, he did not want to wait any longer. Because every day he waited, his father Lin Tao would suffer another day. When Wan Lang, who was sitting in the opposite private room, heard Lin Fan's bid, his face darkened. The first time when he called out a price of 500,000, the other party directly increased the price by 10 times to 5 million. Now he was bidding for 5.2 million, but the other party was bidding for 10 million. Provocation, this was a blatant provocation. Wan Lang squeezed his paddle, but he did not continue bidding. Even though his family was rich, Wan Lang's annual pocket money was only tens of millions. It was barely acceptable for him to take out a few million at once. It would be difficult to take out tens of millions. If he called out a high price of 10 million and the other party did not continue to bid, what should he do? Wan Lang's cold eyes glared at Lin Fan as he shouted, "Brat, you've got guts."
Eh?
The bidding continued. The next few items were all antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. Lin Fan was not interested in them at all. Thus he did not bid anymore. When the last item was sold at a high price of 48 million, the auction at Xinyu Hotel came to an end. Two tall and beautiful women carried an exquisitely made wooden box and slowly walked into the private room. One of the beauties smiled and said, "Hello, sir. This is the 100-year-old ginseng that you bid for. Please check it." Liu Yuhang had seen a lot of precious herbs, but he was still interested. He walked up to them and said, Tusk, Tusk, so this is the 100-year-old ginseng that's worth 10 million yuan. Lin Fan picked up the 100-year-old ginseng and turned his attention to the system. Ding, do you wish to collect the 100-year-old ginseng? Lin Fan's eyes lit up when he saw this. He understood that this was indeed a real 100-year-old ginseng. Where do I pay? Lin Fan asked. He could not wait to take the 100-year-old ginseng. You can swipe your card here, the other beauty said as she held the POS machine with both hands. All right, he said. Lin Fan nodded and took out a bank card. Beep. With a soft sound, the 10 million was successfully paid. At the same time, a notification rang out in Lin Fan's mind. Ding, system upgrade level 5. Level 5 reward, 20 yuan for every breath, 20 yuan for every second of sleep, and 20 yuan for every step taken. Rewards are distributed at 12 a.m. daily. Upgrade cost 3.02 million, 50 million, not including gifts and gambling. In addition, all items obtained from the system are prohibited from being traded. Ding, level 5 mission system activated. The reward for level 5 was double that of level 4, which meant that Lin Fan could earn at least 1.4 million a day. Then Lin Fan turned his attention to the mission system. Mission system: when the host touches an item or encounters an event, a mission will be randomly triggered and a certain reward will be obtained. The two beauties put down the 100-year-old ginseng and put away the POS machine. They bowed slightly and said, I wish you a good time at Xinyu Hotel. Then they slowly walked out. Brother Lin Fan, you seem to be very happy, Liu Yuheng said. Of course, I'm happy to have bought a 100-year-old ginseng, Lin Fan said. At this moment, a series of heavy footsteps came from the corridor. Then the round-faced Wan Lang strode in with two men in plaid shirts. Wan Lang, what are you doing here? Liu Yuheng asked, frowning. However, Wan Lang did not seem to hear Liu Yuheng's question. He stared coldly at Lin Fan and said, Brat, you're very arrogant. Lin Fan thought for a moment and knew what he was referring to. He said calmly, if you don't have money, then don't attend the auction. Why are you talking so much nonsense? You F***seeking! Wan Lang was instantly enraged. The two men in plaid shirts behind him took a step forward as though they were about to teach Lin Fan a lesson. It seems a little noisy here. Kid, do you need my help? Zhou Guotao's low voice came from the corridor. It's just a small matter, Grandpa Zhou, there's no need to trouble you, Lin Fan said. Okay, if there's anything, just let me know. After Zhou Guotao finished speaking, he walked straight ahead. However, before he left, he glanced at Wan Lang. It was this glance that made Wan Lang tremble in fear, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The pillar of the Zhou family, Old Master Zhou. He actually called the young man in front of him, kid. Heavens! What kind of terrifying existence had he offended? The Wan family could be considered a powerful family in the entire capital. However, in front of the Zhou family, they were just slightly bigger ants. If the Zhou family's old master, Zhou Guotao, wanted to destroy the Wan family, all he had to do was say the word. He had just offended the person Zhou Guotao called kid. The more Wan Lang thought about it, the more terrified he became. Finally, he bowed slightly and cupped his fists. Brother Lin Fan, it was all a misunderstanding just now. I'm sorry. Wan Lang was a second-generation rich kid, and he cared about his reputation the most. Making him bow and apologize on his own initiative was definitely something very difficult to do. However, no matter how difficult it was, he had to do it. It was because Wan Lang knew that if he did not appease Lin Fan today, tomorrow, perhaps the entire Wan family would face a terrifying disaster. Lin Fan glanced at Wan Lang and said, as a person, one should always be calm and collected. An apology this time can solve the problem, but as for the next time, that'll be hard to say. Yes, brother Lin Fan, you're right. Wan Lang nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Lin Fan said, also, I didn't mean to provoke you. It's just that I'm determined to get this 100-year ginseng and can't be bothered to compete with others. If Lin Fan had said something like that earlier, Wan Lang would have definitely spat in his face. He was too lazy to keep bidding, so he directly increased the price by a few million. A few million. Do you think I'm stupid? However, Wan Lang did not dare to have such thoughts now. A person who was on good terms with the old master of the Zhou family would not even bother to lie. He had no choice but to bow even lower and nod in agreement. After Wan Lang left, Liu Yuheng burst out laughing. Brother Lin Fan, did you know? I've never seen Wan Lang act so submissively before. He was just like fish on a chopping block. Cool, it's so cool. Lin Fan chuckled and shook his head as he strolled outside. The two of them got into the Mercedes-Benz S500. Just as they drove past the entrance where the elevators were, they happened to see an old man lying on the ground with his hand on his chest. A shocked, beautiful woman was beside him. Lin Fan took a closer look. It was Zhou Guotao and his granddaughter. "Stop the car," Lin Fan shouted. Liu Yuhang slammed on the brakes. His expression changed as he followed Lin Fan. "Hurry, hurry and send my grandfather to the hospital," the beauty shouted. Liu Yuhang and Lin Fan did not hesitate. They lifted Zhou Guotao up and quickly got into the car. They headed to the nearest hospital. On the way, the beautiful woman held Zhou Guotao's old hands tightly, her tears falling like rain. "Grandpa, Grandpa, you'll definitely be fine, you'll definitely be fine." At this moment she was like a frightened deer, no longer as calm and composed as before. "Hurry up, hurry up." Liu Yuheng wanted to drive faster, but there were too many cars in the capital, and the traffic was too heavy. "I'll drive," Lin Fan said. Liu Yuheng immediately thought of Lin Fan's superb driving skills and immediately switched seats with him. "Is it okay to violate the rules?" Lin Fan asked. "Of course, there's no problem," Liu Yuheng said. Boom! After Lin Fan got Liu Yuheng's confirmation, he stepped on the gas and sped through the narrow alleys and between cars. No matter what was in front of him, he continued to drive at top speed. In less than 10 minutes, the Mercedes-Benz S500 came to a steady stop at the entrance of the hospital. The beautiful woman had already made several calls in the car. At that moment, a large group of doctors and nurses were already waiting at the entrance. When they saw the Mercedes-Benz S500, they swarmed over and carried Zhou Guotao out on a stretcher. They checked and treated Zhou Guotao as they walked quickly to the ward. Outside the VIP ward, the beauty's tears did not stop. On one hand, she was worried about her grandfather's health. On the other hand, she had gone out with her grandfather alone this time. What if her grandfather? She really did not know what to do. Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard in the distance. A large group of luxuriously dressed men and women quickly walked over. Among them, Zhou Zhen, who was about 50 years old and had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, looked at the beautiful woman and said, "Zishan, what's going on?" Zhou Zhen, the current head of the Zhou family, was also Zhou Zishan's father. Zhou Zishan wiped away the tears on her face and said honestly, "After I went out with Grandpa today, we went straight to Xinyu Hotel's auction. As soon as we arrived at the parking lot, Grandpa suddenly fell ill." At this point, Zhou Zishan's tears could not help but fall again. "Xinyu Hotel?" someone asked. "Did the old man eat anything?"
Yeah.
Zhou Zishan replied, "Grandpa had a cup of pu'er tea and a piece of cake, and he drank a cup of wine." "What? The old man's health isn't good, so why did you let him drink? Nonsense," Zhou Zhen shouted. Beside her, Zhou Shihong, who looked similar to Zhou Zhen, looked at the Han Emperor Maodai that looked like a dragon-shaped imperial jade seal. He asked, "Is this what he drank?" "Yes, it is," Zhou Zishan replied. "Brother, you can't blame Zishan for this," Zhou Shihong said. "The old master drank Han Emperor Maodai, even we might not have been able to stop him." When Zhou Zhen heard this, his expression relaxed slightly. He knew very well how much the old man liked Han Emperor Maodai. "Did you get this wine from Xinyu Hotel?" he asked. "He gave it to Grandpa." Zhou Zishan pointed at Lin Fan, who was not too far away. "He's also the one who sent Grandpa to the hospital in time." Everyone from the Zhou family looked at Lin Fan. Liu Yuheng's heart tightened and he quickly explained, "We were drinking in the private room at that time." Old Master Zhou smelled the wine and took the initiative to come in. After that, we saw Elder Joe lying on the ground in the parking lot, so we sent him to the hospital. It was no wonder Liu Yuhang was so nervous. After all, the power of the Zhou family was too terrifying. If the Zhou family thought that they had intentionally tried to harm Zhou Guotao, that would be a very terrifying thing. Zhou Zishan, who was beside him, added, "He's right. Also, Grandpa has a very high opinion of Lin Fan."
Oh,
Zhou Zhen, Zhou Shiheng, and the others were all surprised. At the same time, they started to size Lin Fan up. They knew very well how high the old man's standards were. He had a very high evaluation of a young man. That was truly unbelievable. "Thank you for sending the old man to the hospital," Zhou Zhen said. Liu Yuhang heaved a sigh of relief and said, "You're welcome, it's what we should do."
creak.
At this moment, the door to the VIP ward opened. A few doctors walked out with tired faces. "How's my dad?" asked Zhou Zhen. The bald doctor who stood at the front opened his mouth, and his face was contorted. It would have been fine if it were an ordinary patient. However, the person lying inside was Old Master Zhou Guotao. If he did not handle it well, not to mention him, but even the entire hospital would not be able to bear the responsibility. "Doctor, you can just be direct," Zhou Zhen said after taking a deep breath. "For the time being, we can only use equipment and medicine to keep the old man alive for a few hours," the bald doctor said carefully.
Boom.
The Zhou family felt as though the sky was falling. The Zhou family was completely developed by Zhou Guotao. There were countless complicated relationships, all of which were closely related to Zhou Guotao. If the entire Zhou family was compared to a towering building, then Zhou Guotao was the foundation of the building. If there was a problem with the foundation, the entire building might collapse. It was definitely something that the Zhou family could not bear. Everyone's heart was heavy to the extreme. Zhou Zishan's face turned pale. She had gone out with her grandfather, but her grandfather. Her tears fell like raindrops. The atmosphere in the corridor was extremely heavy. "Doctor, is there no other way?" Zhou Zhen asked with great difficulty. The bald doctor was silent for a moment before he said, "For the time being, there's no better way." Zhou Zhen took another deep breath and said, "All right, I got it." After he finished speaking, he prepared to walk toward the ward. He wanted to spend one last moment with Zhou Guotao. At this moment, Lin Fan, who had been standing at the back without saying anything, finally spoke, "Perhaps I can save Grandpa Zhou." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Zhen suddenly stopped in his tracks. Everyone in the Zhou family turned their attention to Lin Fan. Liu Yuhang, who was standing beside Lin Fan, turned pale. The doctor had said that Zhou Guotao could not be treated. However, Lin Fan said he could possibly treat the old man. If Zhou Guotao could really be saved, it would definitely be a great thing. However, the question was it possible? Lin Fan was just someone of the same age as him. It was good enough that the Zhou family did not blame them for Zhou Guotao's illness. If there was a problem with the treatment, the consequences were too terrifying. Liu Yuhang thought for a while, and his forehead was covered in sweat. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting Lin Fan to take back his words. However, being stared at by the Zhou family, he could not say a word. Zhou Zhen turned around and slowly walked in front of Lin Fan, asking, "You can save the old man." "I can try, of course I'm not completely confident," Lin Fan said. He wanted to get the 100-year-old ginseng so that he would have the right to purchase medical water. However, he was not sure if medical water could cure Zhou Guotao. He could only give it a try. The reason why Lin Fan decided to take action was that, for one, it was because when they were drinking earlier, he felt that Zhou Guotao was a good person. Secondly, when the auction ended, Zhou Guotao had come out to ask Wan Lang to leave, which was a bit of help. "Then I'll have to trouble you," Zhou Zhen said. "You believe me," Lin Fan said. "I believe in the old man's judgment," Zhou Zhen said. Lin Fan nodded and said, "When I'm treating Grandpa Zhou, there can't be anyone else or any surveillance equipment in the ward." "All right," Zhou Zhen nodded. Someone could not help but say, "The old man only has a few hours left now. What if he can't even see us one last time?" Lin Fan said, "Don't worry, I'll come out within an hour." After he finished speaking, he strode toward the VIP ward.
Click.
After the door closed, the atmosphere in the corridor became heavy again.
The
Lin Fan looked at Zhou Guotao, who was lying on the bed with tubes all over his body. He was unconscious, and Lin Fan sighed. Then Lin Fan took out the 100-year-old ginseng from his pocket. Ding, do you wish to collect the 100-year-old ginseng?
Yes.
In an instant, the ginseng in his hand disappeared. At the same time, the image of a ginseng appeared next to the Ganoderma in the medical water illustration card in his mind. Ding, you've obtained the right to purchase medical water. Medical water, a magical medicine that can heal all wounds after consumption, 10 million yuan per bottle.
Purchase.
In the next moment, a 50 ml clear solution appeared in Lin Fan's hand. I hope it's useful, Lin Fan mumbled. After that, he slowly poured the contents into Zhou Guotao's mouth. Then, he observed Zhou Guotao's changes. Lin Fan was filled with curiosity and anxiety about the effects of medical water. That was because he was prepared to let his father take one too. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. Originally, the electrocardiograph next to Zhou Guotao was only a weak up and down pulse. However, it soon became a big wave line. Soon after, a hint of red gradually appeared on his withered and sallow face. After about 30 minutes, Zhou Guotao, who had been unconscious, finally opened his eyes. He first looked around in a daze, then slowly sat up. Outside the corridor. As time passed, more and more members of the Zhou family rushed to the hospital. They were all like ants on a hot pan packing back and forth in the corridor. Their faces were full of anxiety. In reality, they were not the only ones who were anxious. Even the usually calm Zhou Zhen was the same. At this moment, a white-haired old man came to the corridor with the help of 2 people. Hello, second great uncle, Zhou Zhen hurriedly greeted. How's your dad now? I heard that a young man went in to save him, the old man asked. That's right, the old man has taken a liking to him, Zhou Zhen nodded. The old man nodded, his turbid eyes fixed on the ward full of worry. In the corridor, there was the sound of footsteps again. National Dr. Wan is here, someone shouted. It's National Dr. Wan. Everyone from the Zhou family was excited. National Dr. Wan, whose real name was Wan Qingyun, was one of the most famous miracle doctors in the country. Elder Wan, I've troubled you to come all the way here, Zhou Zhen walked forward and said. I've been good friends with old Master Zhou for many years, Wan Qingyun said. How could I not come when he's seriously ill? Quickly take me to see the old master. Zhou Zhen hesitated for a moment before he said, earlier there was His friend went in to treat the old man and he doesn't allow anyone to disturb him. Friend, Wan Qingyun was puzzled. Who is it? I'm not too familiar with him either, but the old master has taken a liking to him. He's been in there for more than half an hour. He said he'll be out in an hour, Zhou Zhen said. Like this, Wan Qingyun pondered for a moment and said, let me see the latest results of old Master Zhou's examination first. A doctor quickly handed over a large stack of medical cases. In the next moment, Wan Qingyun's pupils shrank as he exclaimed, What? The old man's health has already reached such a state? No, I have to go in quickly. Seeing Wan Qingyun's intense reaction, Zhou Zhen's heart tightened. He could no longer care about Lin Fan's request to not be disturbed and led Wan Qingyun toward the door of the ward. Even though Lin Fan did have an extraordinary aura, he was too young. Zhou Zhen did not dare to hand the old man over to him completely. It would be too late for regrets if he missed the best time for the old man's treatment. Creak creak. At this moment, the door of the ward suddenly opened. Lin Fan slowly walked out of the ward. The people from the Zhou family all looked at him. Everyone was extremely nervous. They did not expect Lin Fan to be able to cure old Master Zhou. They were afraid of receiving news of old Master Zhou's death. How's the old man? Asked Zhou Zhen. As he spoke, he pretended to lead Wan Qingyun into the ward. He did not want to waste any more time. Cough cough. At this moment, a light cough came from the ward. Then, an old face that everyone was extremely familiar with appeared in their vision. Everyone was stunned at first. What followed was endless surprise. The old master was fine. "Dad, why did you get out of bed?" Zhou Zhen asked. "How's your body?" As he spoke, he quickly stepped forward to help him up. "I'm fine now, thanks to this kid," Zhou Guotao said, full of vitality. Although Zhou Zhen and the rest of the Zhou family had already guessed this outcome, they were still surprised when they heard it. Lin Fan, this young man who looked like he was in his 20s, had actually saved the old man. In contrast to the Zhou family's shock, Liu Yuheng was relieved. At that moment, he realized that his clothes were soaked in a cold sweat. He was afraid. He was really afraid. If anything were to happen to old Master Zhou in Lin Fan's hands, the consequences would be way too terrifying. Everything was all right now. "Kid, thank you," Zhou Zhen bowed and said in an extremely solemn manner. Lin Fan supported Zhou Zhen and said, "Uncle Zhou, you're too polite, it's just a small matter. Moreover, old Master Zhou had helped me before." Zhou Guotao laughed and said, "What kind of help was that? Lin Fan, you didn't just save my life, you saved the entire Zhou family. You deserve his respect." Then he turned to Wan Qingyan beside him and said, "Old friend, sorry to trouble you to rush over from another place." Wan Qingyan waved his hand. "There's no need to talk about trouble between us, let me help you check your body again." "All right," he said. Zhou Guotao nodded. Wan Qingyan first put his hand on Zhou Guotao's wrist. A moment later, Wan Qingyan retracted his finger, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. "Elder Wan, how's my dad's condition?" asked Zhou Zhen. "Let's go for a blood test and a CT scan first," Wan Qingyan said after some thought. "All right," Zhou Zhen said. The old man got his blood drawn and underwent a CT scan by the people from the hospital. In just a few minutes, all the results were in Wan Qingyan's hands. After flipping through them for a while, Wan Qingyan said with certainty, "Old friend, your body has completely recovered." "Good, haha," Zhou Guotao was overjoyed. The entire Zhou family was jubilant.
The
Zhou family. The dining table in the hall was filled with sumptuous dishes. After Zhou Guotao's invitation, Lin Fan sat at the main seat while Zhou Guotao and Zhou Zhen sat on his two sides. Zhou Guotao said, "I didn't expect that the wine I accidentally smelled today would save my life. Wine is indeed a good thing. Lin Fan, come and try this wine." As Zhou Guotao spoke, he personally poured Lin Fan a glass of wine. Lin Fan first sniffed it, then slowly poured it into his mouth. "It's smooth in the mouth and it's like a fire in the stomach, leaving an endless aftertaste. It's a top-grade Maotai," Lin Fan said. "That's right, haha," Zhou Guotao said happily. Zhou Zhen raised his glass and said, "Lin Fan, thank you again for saving my dad." Following that, Zhou Zishan, Zhou Shihang and the rest also gave Lin Fan a toast. Lin Fan did not reject anything and ate to his heart's content. After eating and drinking, Lin Fan looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window and praised. "It's hard to imagine that there's such a beautiful house on Second Ring Road in Jingbei where every inch of land is worth an inch of gold." "Oh, Lin Fan, do you like this kind of house? Our Zhou family has a house that's about the same size on Second Ring Road. I'll give it to you," Zhou Zhen said. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. He had never expected Zhou Zhen to say such words. One had to know that the Zhou family's house was more like a manor than a house. It took up more than 5,000 square meters. The price of a house on Second Ring Road was at least 100,000 yuan per square meter. In other words, the price of a similar house would probably exceed 500 million. They wanted to give it to him directly. "That's too expensive," Lin Fan said. "Besides, I'm based in Jiangbei, I don't come to Jingbei often." "Kid, you're too kind, it's just a house. What is it compared to my life?" Zhou Guotao said. "Although you won't be coming to Jingbei often for the time being, I believe that you'll definitely come here often in the future. It'll be more convenient with that house." Lin Fan thought about it. If he continued to reject it, it would make him seem a little pretentious. "Then I won't be polite," he replied. Originally, Zhou Guotao wanted Lin Fan to stay at the Zhou family's residence for a while longer. However, Lin Fan said that he still had things to deal with and had already bought a plane ticket back to Jiangbei. Therefore, he directly rejected Zhou Guotao's good intentions. As for Zhou Zhen, he personally drove the Rolls-Royce and sent Lin Fan to the airport. Sitting in the VIP lounge, Liu Yuheng could no longer hide his excitement. He jumped up and down in excitement. Brother Lin Fan, you're too awesome. You're actually skilled in medicine, and you even saved old Master Zhou. Oh my god, that's old Master Zhou. Do you know that when you said you were going to save old Master Zhou, I almost peed my pants. Brother Lin Fan, quickly tell me, what else do you know? No, is there anything? Lin Fan looked at Liu Yuheng's excited expression and shook his head with a smile. Liu Yuheng went back to rambling and he shouted excitedly, "Hee hee, I actually had a meal with old Master Zhou and the others today. If my dad knows about this, he'll probably be so envious that he'll start drooling." He was not exaggerating. It was because even Liu Yuheng's father had no right to have dinner with Zhou Guotao. Brother Lin Fan, thank you, Liu Yuheng said. Thank you. He did have to say thank you. It was because Liu Yuheng had managed to establish a connection with the Zhou family through today's incident. This would be a great benefit to Liu Yuheng and even the entire Liu family. Lin Fan understood what Liu Yuheng meant. He waved his hand and said, "You're too polite."
Eh?
The Zhou family. Zhou Guotao stood in front of the window looking at the flowing water in the distance. His face was full of relaxation and enjoyment. At this moment, Zhou Zhen slowly walked in with a stack of documents. "Father, this is some information regarding Lin Fan," Zhou Zhen said. Zhou Guotao flipped through it. The next moment, a look of realization appeared on his old face. So he's the captain of Dragon Division's Team 10, no wonder he's so mystical. After a moment of silence, Zhou Guotao said, "From now on, do your best to build the best relationship with Lin Fan." "Yes," Zhou Zhen said. On the plane back to Jiangbei, Liu Yuheng was still talking excitedly. By the time the plane landed, Liu Yuheng's voice had become hoarse. Lin Fan could not help but laugh. This was the first time he had seen someone so happy over something. It was only 7:30 at night. It was only an hour's drive from Jiangbei to Qing City. Therefore, Lin Fan did not go back to his dormitory to rest. After returning to Jiangbei University, he got into the car. However, Lin Fan did not start the G-class immediately. Instead, he took out his phone and looked at the red packets that were flashing on the screen. 1002 red packets, let's see what I can get, Lin Fan said. 1002 red packets. This was Lin Fan's income from having spent 10 million on the 100-year-old ginseng and 20,000 for a meal. Obviously, he would not be able to get back the 10 million he spent to purchase medical water from the system through this batch of red packets. However, Lin Fan was not too bothered by it. Receive all. Ding, congratulations, you've received 100 yuan. Ding, congratulations, you've received 5 yuan.
Eh?
Ding, congratulations, the chance of triggering a flash of inspiration has increased. Ding, congratulations, you've received 2 yuan.
Eh?
Ding, congratulations, you've gained professor-level physics experience. Ding, congratulations, you've received 1 yuan.
Eh?
Ding, congratulations, you've received Heavenly Voice.
Eh?
Out of the 1002 red packets, Lin Fan received a total of 2 million yuan. At that moment, Lin Fan had a total of 73 million yuan. Absolute focus, a stronger focus, and the ability to easily solve difficult questions. There's a 10% chance of triggering a flash of inspiration. A focused and serious man is the most handsome. The probability of triggering a flash of inspiration had increased from 5% to 10%. After triggering a flash of inspiration a few times, Lin Fan was very clear about how rare it was. Professor-level physics experience. Use excellent physics knowledge to solve difficult problems and display a special charm. He had professor-level mathematics experience. Now he had professor-level physics experience too. Was he going to be an invincible top student? Heavenly Voice, your heavenly voice can make more people fascinated by you. He could sing well now, that was not bad. Lin Fan nodded silently, then he put down his phone, stepped on the accelerator and sped forward. At night, there were more cars on the road in Jiangbei than during the day. It was originally an hour's drive, but Lin Fan only returned home at around 9 o'clock. At that moment, Lin Tao and Dai Weixu were watching TV in the living room. After they saw Lin Fan, they were shocked. Lil Fan, why didn't you tell us you were coming back? I'm just coming back home, what's there to talk about? Lin Fan smiled. Lil Fan, have you had dinner? I'll go cook some dumplings for you, Dai Weixu said. Lin Fan said, Mom, it's okay, I've already eaten, I'm full. Then drink some water first. Dai Weixu poured a cup of hot water. Even though it was just a simple cup of hot water, Lin Fan felt some warmth in his heart when he drank it. They were his parents and this was his home. He must protect them well. Lin Tao asked Lil Fan, why did you suddenly come back today? Is there something wrong? Dad, didn't you have surgery last time? I was worried that it won't be easy for your body to recover, so I got you some medicine to speed up your recovery, Lin Fan said. As he spoke, he directly spent 10 million to buy a bottle of medical water from the system. Then he pretended to take it out of his pocket and handed it to Lin Tao. I've already recovered, why would I need medicine? Lin Tao asked. This must be very expensive, right? You're wasting money. He was smart. Even though the bottle looked small, since Lin Fan had rushed back for this, it must be very valuable. What's so expensive about it? Lin Fan asked. It's just a small bottle of medicine. And I've already bought it, Dad, you should drink it. Just as Lin Fan said, he had already bought it. What else could Lin Tao do? Lin Tao did not hesitate and poured the medicine into his mouth. Gulp. Lin Tao smacked his lips and said, there doesn't seem to be any taste to it. Lin Fan saw that his father had drunk the medicine and his entire body relaxed. He had seen this medicine work with his own eyes, so he knew how magical it was. Cough, cough. At this moment, Dai Weixu could not help but cough. Mom, what's wrong? Lin Fan asked. I'm fine, I caught a cold these past 2 days. I'll be fine after taking some medicine, Dai Weixu said. Lin Fan spent another 10 million to buy another bottle of medical water from the system. All these years, his mother had worked hard for the family. She had gotten lots of illnesses. This bottle of medical water should be able to improve the situation. Mom, you should drink a bottle too, Lin Fan said. Isn't this for your dad? Dai Weixu asked, puzzled. Why should I drink it? Lin Fan said, actually, this isn't really medicine. It can be considered a tonic to strengthen one's constitution. When your constitution is good, your injuries and illnesses will naturally heal faster. Is that so? Then I'll have one too, Dai Weixu said. Lin Fan saw that his parents had both drunk the medical water, and his mood became much better. He chatted with his parents for a while, then took a shower and went to bed. At night, a gust of cold wind blew and the branches outside swayed left and right. Then heavy rain fell. What's with the weather? Dai Weixu asked. It's raining again, hubby, does your stomach hurt? I'll help you prepare a hot water bag. Ever since the surgery, whenever there was a storm, Lin Tao would toss and turn in discomfort, unable to fall asleep. Lin Tao, who was about to fall asleep, asked doubtfully, Is it raining? Why don't I feel any pain? It doesn't hurt, you're not lying to me, are you? Dai Weixu said. It really doesn't hurt, huh? What's going on? Lin Tao exclaimed in surprise. What now? Dai Weixu was confused. The scar from the surgery on my stomach is gone, Lin Tao shouted. Gone, let me touch it. Dai Weixu was shocked. I don't feel anything, I'll turn on the lights and see. Soon the two of them were dumbfounded with their mouths half open. It had disappeared. It really disappeared. He had the surgery a while ago, and a long incision was made on his stomach. How long had it been? It had completely healed and disappeared so soon. This was impossible. After a while, Dai Weixu seemed to have sensed something and said, My eyes, I don't seem to have presbyopia anymore. It must be that bottle of medicine that Lil Fan just gave us, Lin Tao said. A bottle of medicine cured your surgical wound and my presbyopia? What kind of medicine is it? Isn't it too magical? Dai Weixu said. Let's go and ask Lil Fan, Lin Tao said. He just fell asleep, it won't be too late to ask him tomorrow. Dai Weixu pulled him back. All right, Lin Tao nodded and chuckled. Actually, the medicine not only cured my surgical wound, but it also helped me get erect again. When Dai Weixu heard this, she could not help but give him a sidelong glance and chided him jokingly, "Old hooligan." It was night time, and the bed groaned the entire time. It had rained the night before, and the tree branches outside had become green. It was a very beautiful sight. Lin Fan opened the window and a light breeze blew in. He felt really refreshed. Scallion pancakes and delicious-smelling noodles were already placed in the living room. When Dai Weixu saw Lin Fan, she said, "Lil Fan, go wash up. The noodles are going to get cold." "All right," Lin Fan replied. The sound of running water was heard, then Lin Fan walked out of the washroom a moment later. He directly stuffed a big portion of noodles into his mouth, his face full of satisfaction. At this time, Lin Tao finally could not help but ask, "Lil Fan, what kind of medicine did you give us yesterday? Your mother and I seem to have recovered from our injuries, and it feels like we've become 10 years younger." When Dai Weixu heard this, her old face revealed a rare blush. Then she secretly looked at Lin Fan with a curious gaze. "Ooh," Lin Fan said, "it's a newly developed supplement and it's still very rare." Lin Tao and Dai Weixu nodded thoughtfully and did not pursue the matter further. After breakfast, Dai Weixu originally wanted to go buy some groceries. However, Lin Fan told her to rest at home while he walked toward the market. At this time, the market was very lively and full of people. Lin Fan bought quite a lot of meat, vegetables, and fish. He carried bags of various sizes and was about to head back. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. "Are you Wang Xiaodong?" Lin Fan asked. "Lin Fan," the young man opposite him said in surprise. "Ha ha ha, it really is you. I didn't expect to meet you here," Lin Fan said happily. Wang Xiaodong was Lin Fan's deskmate in junior high. The two of them had a good relationship. It was a pity that neither one of them had a cell phone number, QQ, or WeChat back then. Therefore, they had never been able to contact each other. "Yeah, I'm surprised too," Wang Xiaodong laughed. The woman of medium build standing next to him asked, "Xiaodong, who is this?" "Oh, he's Lin Fan, my deskmate in junior high. At that time our relationship was especially good," Wang Xiaodong introduced to the woman. "Lin Fan, this is my wife, Gong Sikin." "Oh, so you're Xiaodong's good friend?" Gong Sikin asked, suddenly enlightened. "It's a pleasure to meet you." After a pause, she added, "By the way, Xiaodong and I are having our wedding next Sunday. You must come and attend it." Wang Xiaodong's face turned pale. His relationship with Lin Fan was indeed really good. However, they had not contacted each other for so many years. Now, the moment they met, his wife was asking him to attend their wedding and present gifts. It made it seem as though Wang Xiaodong was greedy for Lin Fan's gift money. He did not like this feeling. Lin Fan also noticed the change in Wang Xiaodong's expression. He thought about it for a while and roughly guessed the reason. Lin Fan did not really care about the money. However, he was not sure if he would be free next Sunday. He did not know if the National Mathematical Modeling Competition would be held next week. "If I'm free next Sunday, I'll come over," Lin Fan said. "All right, then it's a deal. By the way, Xiaodong, do you have his contact information?" Wang Xiaodong did not want to, but he had no choice but to give Lin Fan his contact information under these circumstances. This would make things even worse. After exchanging contact information, Lin Fan returned home. At that moment, Lin Xiaoya was sitting on the sofa and playing with her phone. When she saw Lin Fan, she pounced on him excitedly and shouted, "Brother, why didn't you tell me you were coming back? If I had known, I would have come back directly after my evening self-study session." Qing City No. 1 Middle School was very strict with the students' studies. Apart from weekends, they had to study at night every day. The evening self-study session lasted until 10 o'clock in the evening. Therefore, most students chose to stay in the dormitory from Monday to Saturday and only go home on the weekends. Lin Xiaoyao was one of the students. Lin Fan pinched Lin Xiaoyao's face and said, "You've lost weight again. Lil Yao, you really have to eat more. It's too painful to see you like this now." "Brother, this is called an oval-shaped face," Lin Xiaoyao protested. In the afternoon, the whole family cooked together while chatting and laughing. It was extremely heartwarming. When Lin Fan placed the freshly stir-fried green pepper shredded pork on the table in the living room, the time was exactly 12:00 p.m. The phone in his pocket vibrated slightly. The red packets had appeared. Ding, congratulations, you've received 2 yuan. Ding, congratulations, you've received 2,000 yuan.
Wait.
Ding, congratulations, you've received 10,000 yuan. Ding, congratulations, you've received 10 yuan. Ding, congratulations, you've received 1,000 yuan. Today, he had received a total of 30,507 yuan. About this, Lin Fan did not pay it any attention and put his phone back into his pocket. Soon, a large table of delicious food was prepared. The family sat around the table and ate happily. Lin Fan wanted to stay at home for a while longer. However, Lin Tao and Dai Weixu were worried that it would be unsafe to drive too late at night, so they asked Lin Fan to head to Jiangbei early.
Wait.
Jiangbei University. When Lin Fan walked into room 104, Ma Zhang was packing his books. Zhang Jinbao said happily, "Brother Lin Fan, you came back just in time. I asked my cousin out for a meal today. I'm preparing to go over with Ma Zhang and Song Yi." Then it seems I really did return early. I should have returned at the right timing instead. Lin Fan smiled. Song Yi said, "Brother Lin Fan, Jinbao's cousin is an internet celebrity." Is that so? Lin Fan was a little surprised. After all, Zhang Jinbao was full of fat. His cousin was probably not any better, right? If that were the case, could his cousin really become an internet celebrity? Zhang Jinbao seemed to understand Lin Fan's thoughts and said, "Don't think that because I'm fat my cousin would be too. My cousin has a great figure. Let's go, you'll know soon." After he finished speaking, he took the lead and walked outside. Originally, Zhang Jinbao, Song Yi, and Ma Zhang were prepared to take a taxi over. Now that they had Lin Fan, however, they naturally did not have to go through so much trouble. Lin Fan immediately drove the Mercedes-Benz G-Class and headed to the location that Zhang Jinbao had told him about. This was a Hunan cuisine restaurant with a relatively large storefront. Zhang Jinbao rolled down the car window and looked at the young woman in a pink t-shirt who was playing with her mobile phone as she walked. He called out, "Lissy, Zhang Lissy." The woman turned around when she heard that. In the next moment, her face, which was caked with a lot of foundation, revealed a look of surprise that was difficult to hide. She jogged over and said, "Heavens, a G-Class. Cousin, why did you come here in a Mercedes-Benz G-Class?" Zhang Jinbao got out of the car and said proudly, "This is my roommate Lin Fan's car." At that moment, Lin Fan also got out of the car. Zhang Lissy's face showed a hint of doubt. The next moment her eyes widened as she shouted, "So it's you." Zhang Jinbao, Song Yi, and Ma Zhang all looked at Lin Fan in confusion. They were obviously asking, "Do you know her?" Meanwhile, Lin Fan looked at Zhang Lissy in confusion and asked, "Ooh, do you know me?" "I didn't expect you to forget so quickly. We met at the entrance of King Feng restaurant a while ago. You were driving a Lamborghini at that time," Zhang Lissy shouted excitedly. Lin Fan looked at her thick foundation and quickly thought of the internet celebrity girl who had stood in front of his car that day. "Were you the woman standing in front of my car?" Lin Fan said with uncertainty. "That's right, it's me." Zhang Lissy was very happy that Lin Fan remembered her. Zhang Jinbao, who was standing at the side, asked, "How did you guys meet? I'm so confused." Ma Zhang and Song Yi were also curious. "I saw a cool Lamborghini the other day," Zhang Lissy explained, "so I went up to take photos and do a live broadcast. In the end, I only managed to take a few photos before he came. He's handsome and drives a luxury car, so I wanted his WeChat account, but he didn't say anything and drove away." Zhang Lissy's face was full of resentment. "I just didn't hear you clearly," Lin Fan said, a little embarrassed. Zhang Lissy asked again, "By the way, weren't you driving a Lamborghini last time? How did it become a G-Class?" Without waiting for Lin Fan to reply, Song Yi said, "Brother Lin Fan said that his waist would be ruined, so in 3 minutes he bought a G-Class. Tusk, even I can't buy clothes that fast." Buying a G-Class in 3 minutes, Zhang Lissy's mouth was wide open and her face was full of shock. Although she did not know much about cars, she knew that a Mercedes-Benz G-Class would cost at least millions of yuan. 3 minutes to spend millions. Was he that generous with his money? Zheng Jinbao said, all right, why are you standing outside? Let's go in, we'll talk while we eat. As he spoke, he took the lead and walked inside. Hunan cuisine was on the spicy side, which was very suitable for young people seeking excitement. The few of them ate and chatted happily. The meal only ended at 8 in the evening. Lin Fan and the rest came back to the G-Class. Zhang Lisi said, wait, don't get into the car first, I'm going to start a live broadcast. Zhang Lisi usually live-streamed at night because the traffic was the highest at this time. Now that she had a chance to get into a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, she naturally did not want to miss it. Zhang Lisi first opened the fanny pack at her waist and took out a mirror, lipstick, foundation, and so on. She quickly touched up her makeup. I didn't expect you to bring so many things with you, Lin Fan said. Of course, we're all people making a living, Zhang Lisi said proudly. Then she logged into her live stream account and held her phone up with her selfie stick. Zhang Lisi's facial features were not bad to begin with. Now, with a filter, she looked even more youthful and beautiful. Not long after the live stream started, there were already comments. The real me, why is Lil Lisi streaming so late today? I've been waiting for a long time. Madness, my saber is getting impatient. Spring water ding dong, Lil Lisi seems to have moved to another location to stream today. Is she outdoors in a car? Wait. Little White, there's a Mercedes-Benz G-Class next to Lil Lisi. Has some big tycoon wooed her?
Wait.
Welcome to my live broadcast room, everyone, Zhang Lisi said with a smile. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I'm late today because I was having dinner with my cousin, who's in college, and his classmates. As she spoke, Zhang Lisi slowly moved the camera to Zheng Jinbao. This is my cousin, Zhang Lisi introduced. Hello, Zheng Jinbao faced the camera and greeted. This was his first time on a live broadcast, so he could not help but feel excited and nervous. The live broadcast room was once again filled with comments. Madness, Lil Lisi's cousin is so fat, he's so different from Lil Lisi. Liushui Renjia, at first, I was a little worried that my sister would be ugly in the future, but now, I'm a little relieved.
Wait.
Zheng Jinbao looked at these comments and he was perplexed. What did these words mean? Was he ugly? Zhang Lisi slowly moved the camera toward Ma Zhang and Song Yi. They're my cousin's classmates, she introduced. Hello, Ma Zhang and Song Yi both greeted the camera. When Zhang Lisi was about to shift the camera to Lin Fan said in a low voice, don't make me show my face. Zhang Lisi pressed her wrist down slightly and only recorded Lin Fan's lower body. He's my cousin's classmate too, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class next to me is his car. This time, there were obviously more comments in the live broadcast room. People from small cities, oh my god, Lil Lisi's classmate is too rich, he drives a G-Class in school. Poor boy, he's a scumbag driving a G-Class, Lil Lisi, don't let him win. Sage, if he bought a G-Class, it means that he's lacking something big. Song Maomu said, Lil Lisi, let me see what this rich guy looks like.
Wait.
Zhang Lisi looked at the messages on the screen. Sometimes she replied with a few words and sometimes she chatted with them. She was extremely relaxed. I still have some Sharkstream coins in my account, Song Yi said. I'll boost Lisi's popularity. As he spoke, Song Yi took out his phone and entered Lil Lisi's live broadcast room. Zheng Jinbao and Ma Zhang also took out their mobile phones. They either sent some small gifts or scrolled through the screen. They did their best to help increase Zhang Lisi's popularity. Lin Fan looked at the three of them. Then he took out his phone and entered Lil Lisi's live broadcast room as well. Thus, a dazzling golden notification appeared in Lil Lisi's live broadcast room. Welcome to the live stream room.
Whoosh.
As soon as the news came out, the entire live broadcast room immediately boiled over. Hypocritical gentleness, an emperor has come to the live broadcast room. Kind-hearted like fire, and it's that god of tycoons. Incomplete memories, work slayer is above the masses, brothers quickly welcome him. Prodigal son young master you. Cold-blooded dark knight.
Wait.
Instantly, the entire screen of the live stream room was filled with countless exclamations. Originally, there were only 100 or so people in the live broadcast room, but the number of online viewers immediately increased exponentially. A few glasses of wine, F***CK, he's really targeting workers. Handsome guy in the wind, I'm spectating the fight with Workslayer. Take a look, I'm an onlooker.
Wait.
In just a short minute, the number of people in Lissy's live broadcast room had reached thousands. One person's name was like a large tree that overlooked all. This was despite Workslayer not sending any news or giving any rewards. As long as he appeared, he would be the focus of attention. He was the god of workers. Zhang Lissy was completely dumbfounded as she looked at the rapidly moving comments in the live broadcast room and the constantly rising numbers. Her live stream had never been so popular before. It was only the beginning. Zhang Jinbao, who was standing next to her, reminded her, "Lissy, what are you doing? Aren't you going to welcome the god of tycoons?" He had personally witnessed the god of tycoons and how heroic he was. As long as one could please this god of tycoons, why would one have to worry about not getting any rewards? As someone in the live broadcast industry, Zhang Lissy knew better than Zhang Jinbao how much power Workslayer had. A few days ago, the Super Tycoon gave away 3,000 rockets in just 10 minutes. It could be said to have completely stirred up the entire live streaming industry. It also made the originally unknown Xiang become one of the most popular streamers on Sharkstream. These days, Zhang Lissy often dreamed of that tycoon entering her live broadcast room. Now it actually came true. She felt that it was very unreal. That was why Zhang Lissy was so excited that she was in a daze. At this time, after she heard Zhang Jinbao's reminder, she finally reacted and said in a slightly trembling voice, "Welcome to my live stream, Workslayer." Lin Fan looked at the excited Zhang Lissy and could not help but laugh. After a while he clicked on the screen.
Whoosh. Whoosh.
1 rocket. 10. 30. 50 rockets.
Wait.
A dense array of rockets flew across the screen. The rain of rockets baptized the entire live broadcast room. Countless comments flooded the live stream room. "Extremely handsome, it's starting again. After a few days, Workslayer has become inhumanely rich again. The Prince Frog spectacular. Finding a beauty on a motorcycle, Workslayer is awesome." Most of the comments were exclamations.
Wait.
When the rain of rockets appeared, the popularity of Zhang Lissy's live stream soared again. The number of online viewers exceeded tens of thousands, going into hundreds of thousands. At this moment, someone discovered several popular live streamers and rushed over. "Moonlit Branches, it's Xiang is here. Wintermelon Zio AI is here. Everyone's attention, Momo is here too.
Wait.
Momo, god of tycoons, I've learned a few good songs recently. When will you come to my live broadcast room? I'll sing them for you. Zio AI, I've also learned a few good songs. You can come listen to them anytime. Xiang, god of tycoons, long time no see. A few balls in life? Ah, Momo, Zio AI, and Xiang appeared in the same live stream room at the same time. They're all my favorite streamers. This is too awesome. Eunuch, I can't believe this is happening in my lifetime. I have New Year's money. They're all here for Workslayer. The god of tycoons is awesome.
Wait.
There were a lot of comments, but there were also a lot of rockets. Song Yi, Zhang Jinbao, and Zhang Lissy were all staring at their phone screens without blinking. They could not help but sigh. 400 rockets. 410 rockets. 420 rockets.
Wait.
Shocking, this was too shocking. Ma Zhang looked at the screen and the rockets that kept flying. He started to feel dizzy. He shook his neck and saw Lin Fan tapping on the screen. On the screen, the words "successfully gifted 1 rocket" were constantly displayed. In the next moment, Ma Zhang finally saw Lin Fan's ID clearly, Workslayer. "Brother Lin Fan, you're the god of tycoons?" he asked in surprise. As soon as he said that, Zhang Jinbao, Song Yi, and Zhang Lissy all raised their heads and focused their eyes on Lin Fan and his phone. Very quickly, their pupils shrank as they cried out in surprise. Brother Lin Fan, you're actually the god of tycoons. F***CK, Brother Lin Fan, what's the situation? Lin Fan touched his nose and smiled. I've always been Work Slayer. Silence. The entire venue suddenly fell silent. Zhang Jinbao and Song Yi could not help but recall the first appearance of Work Slayer. It seemed to be when they were watching Xiang's live broadcast in the dormitory. So that was how it is. So that was how it was. They were quiet, but the live broadcast room was even more heated. Countless comments were gushing out like a rapid river. Ice Shrimp, what did I just hear? Work Slayer is actually next to Lil Lissy now. Mo Wu, Lil Lissy, quickly let us see the god of tycoons. Legend of the Night Shift, live stream your meeting with the god of tycoons.
Eh?
At this time, Zhang Lissy was not even looking at the comments in the live broadcast room. Her mouth was half open and she was completely stunned. The god of tycoons that she had been thinking about was actually her cousin's classmate. Now he had appeared directly beside her. Zhang Lissy suddenly remembered that Song Yi had just said that Lin Fan had only spent 3 minutes buying a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. At that time, Zhang Lissy thought it was a little exaggerated. Looking at it now, it was not an exaggeration at all. That was because he was the god of tycoons. Zhang Jinbao looked at Lin Fan as if he had seen his idol and said excitedly, Brother Lin Fan, why didn't you tell us that you're the god of tycoons? It's not a big matter, right? Lin Fan said, and you guys didn't ask. This was nothing. He was the god of tycoons who had caused a sensation on the entire shark stream. At this time, Zhang Lissy finally reacted and said, you don't have to give me so many gifts, it's such a waste. If she did not know the god of tycoons, it would not have mattered. She would have felt that the more gifts the better. However, Lin Fan was her cousin's classmate, that made her feel a little guilty. Lin Fan laughed. A while ago, I accidentally topped up 1 billion Sharkstream coins, it doesn't matter who I give them to, it's fine. He accidentally topped up 1 billion Sharkstream coins, was that okay? Zhang Jinbao, Song Yi, Ma Zhang and Zhang Lissy all had. The comments in the live stream room were like a river that had burst through the dam, surging wildly. Brother Zhai F***CK, he accidentally topped up 1 billion Sharkstream coins. Procrastinate, I wish to be as careless as this too, but my capabilities don't allow it. I'm Zha Zhahui, as expected of the god of tycoons, he's simply not human. Memories are always sad. Mom asked me why I'm kneeling while I'm on my phone. Changdong Lil Lissy, quickly let us see the god of tycoons. In the comments section, there were still more exclamations.
Eh?
At this time, Zhang Lissy also remembered that she was still live streaming, so she quickly aimed at the camera and said, I still have something on today, so I'll end the live broadcast here. Thank you for your support, everyone. Goodbye. After that, Zhang Lissy ignored the hundreds of thousands of people who were online and closed the live broadcast room. However, even though she had turned off the live broadcast, the comments still continued to roll in. God of Space, why did you turn off the live stream? The dream of billions of girls, where's the god of tycoons? Dumbfounded, Lil Lissy, quickly let us see the god of tycoons.
Eh?
Why are you all looking at me like that? Lin Fan asked. The next moment, Zhang Jinbao, Song Yi and Ma Zhang said in unison, I'm going to kneel in front of brother Lin Fan. After they finished speaking, they even looked like they were going to kneel on one knee. Lin Fan could not help but laugh. It was another clear and bright day. Monday's schedule was very full. Song Yi, Ma Zhang, and Zhang Jinbao went to class early in the morning. Meanwhile, Lin Fan sent a request for leave to Counselor Sun Yaedong. Then, he took a plane to Madu City. That was because today was his girlfriend Qin Yuxuan's birthday. Lin Fan wanted to give her a surprise.
Where?
Madu University, Department of Finance's research room. A female professor in her 40s pointed at the complicated diagrams and cases on the projector and explained in detail. Qin Yuxuan was calculating and thinking very carefully. She was very serious. When she encountered a problem that she did not understand, Qin Yuxuan would either ask her classmates or raise her hand. Qin Yuxuan was not particularly talented in learning, but she was very hardworking and motivated. It was also because of this that she was able to get into a famous university and was now guaranteed a postgraduate degree. Qin Yuxuan was one of the best students here. When studying, time would always pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, the sky gradually darkened. Qin Yuxuan held her books and dragged her tired body back to her dormitory. She sat on her bed and fell into a daze. Her roommate, Huang Moli, asked, "Yuxuan, isn't it your birthday today? Why are you still sitting there? Isn't your boyfriend here yet?" When Zhang Jiang heard this, she immediately perked up. She put down her phone and said, "When is he coming over? I'd like to see if he's as perfect as you say." The last time Lin Fan had come to Madu, Zhang Jiang was forced to work overtime at the laboratory by her teacher. Therefore, she had never seen Lin Fan before. During this period of time, the person that her roommates talked about the most was Qin Yuxuan's boyfriend, Lin Fan. In their words, Lin Fan was like a god. Zhang Jiang had long wanted to meet him. Now she finally had a chance. Of course she was happy. Lin Fan is participating in the National Mathematical Modeling Competition. Recently, his school has been forcing him to undergo training, so he won't be able to come to Madu today. Zhang Jiang, Huang Moli, and Wan Yuuru could immediately tell that she was unhappy. No wonder. After all, this was Qin Yuxuan's first birthday as Lin Fan's girlfriend, but Lin Fan was absent. National Mathematical Modeling Competition, that's one of the largest scale competitions in the mathematics department. He's already rich and handsome and now he's a top student. Oh my god, isn't he too perfect? I admire him, Zhang Jiang said. The three of them did not want Qin Yuxuan to be too unhappy, so they started to liven up the atmosphere. Wan Yuuru looked at her phone and said, "No wonder there's training. The competition is going to be in a few days." The school organized the training program independently. If they win the award, that'll be great. If you ask me, it'd be better if Yuxuan's boyfriend didn't come, Huang Moli said. It's only this year that the four of us can celebrate our birthdays together. In the future, after we do our internships, graduate, get married, and have children, where will we get the chance? We should cherish the time we have left. That's right, Zhang Jiang agreed. Let's go celebrate. How about hot pot? Yes, yes, let's eat hot pot, Huang Moli nodded repeatedly. Wan Yuuru said, "Speaking of hot pot, I can already smell it. I can't take it anymore. I'm drooling." After saying that, she even swallowed her saliva. How could Qin Yuxuan not know that the three of them were deliberately trying to enlighten her? However, she was still amused by them. She laughed and said, "All right, let's go and eat hot pot." The four of them left immediately. After packing up a little, they headed outside. Just as they arrived downstairs, a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses jogged over from a distance. Then he handed a bouquet of roses to Qin Yuxuan and said, "Yuxuan, happy birthday." Qin Yuxuan was extremely beautiful. She could be said to be the campus belle of the entire Madu University. She had experienced similar things many times. Therefore, Qin Yuxuan was not too surprised. She said calmly, "Thank you for your blessing, but I already have a boyfriend, so I won't accept your flowers." Qin Yuxuan then walked past the young man. The group of four continued to move forward. They went through a shady path, walked past the rippling lake, and arrived at a wide sports field. They would be able to leave the school gate soon and go outside to eat hot pot. At this time, a loud noise suddenly appeared in the air. Then a gust of wind blew over for no reason. The trees swayed and their clothes rustled. Under everyone's confused gaze, bright red rose petals slowly fell from the sky like raindrops. The entire field was raining roses. At the same time, a dazzling light suddenly fell on Qin Yuxuan. Then a helicopter appeared in the sky above the field. The next moment, a piano as white as snow and Lin Fan in a white suit slowly landed in front of Qin Yuxuan. Lin Fan's long and slender hands were placed on the piano, and they started to jump quickly on the black and white keys. The song "The Wedding in a Dream" resounded throughout the entire field. Everyone's hearts started to shake along with the music. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped. On the field, everyone's eyes were on Lin Fan and Qin Yuxuan. In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Fan and Qin Yuxuan were like a celestial couple standing above the clouds with birds forming a bridge and stars surrounding them. The sight was resplendent and gorgeous, making people look up and exclaim. In Qin Yuxuan's eyes, the whole world seemed to have turned dark. Only Lin Fan was like the sun, giving off a scorching glow. She listened to the melodious music and was completely lost and intoxicated. Her vision was hazy. She was touched and filled with happiness. Ding ding. When the last note of the tune ended, Lin Fan started playing Happy Birthday. Then Lin Fan stood up slowly. He held 99 beautiful red roses in his hands and said affectionately, Yuxuan, happy birthday.
Thud.
Qin Yuxuan could no longer hold back her tears, and they rolled down her face like pearls. Then she pounced into Lin Fan's arms and pressed her fiery lips against his. Oh epsilon. 3 epsilon. 3 epsilon.
Wait.
Clap clap clap. Instantly, the entire field was filled with a round of enthusiastic applause. Qin Yuxuan was a famous beauty at Madu University, a goddess in the hearts of countless people. In fact, there were many people who admired her at the scene. However, at this moment, none of them felt any jealousy toward Lin Fan. There were only blessings and praises. It was because he was worthy. After a long time, their lips separated. Lin Fan held Qin Yuxuan's waist with one hand and pulled the rope ladder of the helicopter with the other. They flew into the sky. Qin Yuxuan looked at the beautiful field that was almost covered with roses from the sky. She was about to melt into Lin Fan's arms. Her lips once again landed on Lin Fan's face. Under the envious gazes of countless people, they flew into the sky. Zhang Jin raised her head and said in a daze, I finally understand why all of you have been calling Lin Fan a godlike boyfriend. I'm afraid he's really an immortal. If I had such a boyfriend, I'd be willing to cut 10 years off my life, Wan Yueru said. Huang Moli looked at the helicopter that had completely disappeared from her sight. Then she looked around and said, so many roses, how much did it cost him? Each square meter is about 1 rose, each rose is 5 yuan and our school's sports field is about 20,000 square meters, Wan Yueru said. 5 yuan, 20,000, he used 100,000 yuan just like that, Huang Moli's eyes widened. In addition, there's also the helicopter, manpower and so on. That scene just now cost at least 200,000 yuan, Wan Yueru said.
Yes.
Huang Moli sucked in a breath of cold air and was stunned once again.
Wait.
Naturally, Lin Fan had no way of knowing the reactions of Huang Moli and the others. At that moment, he and Qin Yuxuan had arrived at the only 3-star Michelin restaurant in Madu. In the past, this 3-star Michelin restaurant had always been extremely popular and deserted. Today, there was only one table in the spacious hall. On the table, a dim yellow light was lit, and many delicious dishes were served. That was because Lin Fan had booked the entire 3-star Michelin restaurant. Lin Fan slowly poured the 1982 Lafite into the glass. Then he touched Qin Yuxuan's hand and said, Happy birthday, Yuxuan. Then he handed over the keys to a Mini Cooper. I think this car suits you, I hope you like it, Lin Fan said. This was the truth. To the current Lin Fan, even if he had to give away a sports car that was worth millions, he would definitely not feel the pinch. However, ever since he had sat in teacher Tianxin's Mini Cooper, Lin Fan felt that Qin Yuxuan would be very suitable to drive this car. That was why he chose this birthday present. I like it, I really like Mini Coopers, Lin Fan, thank you, Qin Yuxuan said happily as tears rolled down her face again. Silly, why are you crying? Lin Fan said. I'm not crying, I'm just too happy and blissful, Qin Yuxuan said. At this moment, a crisp notification rang out in Lin Fan's mind. Ding, a hidden mission has been completed. Host a perfect birthday party and receive 5 silver red packets. Lin Fan's face could not help but reveal a strange look. After purchasing the 100-year-old ginseng, the system reached level 5. At level 5, in addition to the daily income from breathing, walking, and sleeping, which was double the rate of level 4, the mission system was also activated. However, Lin Fan had not been able to trigger any missions in the past 2 days. Today, he completed a hidden mission while holding a birthday party for Qin Yuxuan. 5 silvered packets. What did that mean? At this moment, a waiter carried a very beautiful cake and slowly walked over. Yuxuan, make a wish, Lin Fan said. Yes, yes, Qin Yuxuan put her hands together and made a wish. That night in the presidential suite of the Hilton Hotel, 2 oriole birds chirped and a row of egrets soared into the sky. O epsilon. 3 epsilon. Letter 2C9, letter 2C9.
They,
That night in the presidential suite of the Hilton Hotel, there was no sleep.
they,
The next day, a ray of dazzling sunlight shone through the window and landed on the bedside. Qin Yuxuan slowly opened her beautiful eyes. You're awake, Lin Fan smiled. Qin Yuxuan let out a soft MHM through her nose. Then she struggled a few times, but she could not get out of bed. Last night was too intense, and her weak body could not bear it. I'll help you up, Lin Fan said. Last time Qin Yuxuan was extremely shy. This time she did not reject him. Ding dong. At this moment the doorbell rang. It's probably the service staff. You must be hungry, right? Lin Fan said. Let's wash up first. Yes, yes, Qin Yuxuan was like an obedient little rabbit, nodding her head lightly. Hilton's breakfast was sumptuous. Australian lobster cheese pasta, bird's nest porridge, milk, crab roe soup dumplings, sweet potatoes, colorful fruit plates, and so on. All of them were exquisite. Lin Fan and Qin Yuxuan ate to their heart's content. They leaned lazily against each other, looking extremely happy. Ring ring. Suddenly Qin Yuxuan's phone rang. But professor, all right then. Qin Yuxuan answered and hung up the phone. The professor asked you to do a project, Lin Fan asked. Yes, Qin Yuxuan said, lowering her head. It's okay, you can go there directly. I have to go back to Jiangbei later to attend the National Mathematical Modeling Competition training, Lin Fan said. Then I'll send you to the airport, Qin Yuxuan said. All right, Lin Fan said. Then the two of them walked to the airport hand in hand. As a major international city, Madu's airport was always bustling with people. Lin Fan and Qin Yuxuan spent some time outside before heading to the VIP lounge. The VIP lounge was empty and quiet. Lin Fan poured himself a glass of red wine, then sat on the leather sofa and took out his phone. You've received 100 red packets. Do you want to collect all of them? 100 red packets. In other words, the birthday party cost a total of 1 million yuan. However, Lin Fan did not care about it at all. He just clicked to receive the red packets. Ding, congratulations, you've received 10 yuan. Ding, congratulations, you've received 10,000 yuan.
they,
Ding, congratulations, you've received a 10x return card. Ding, congratulations, you've received 1,999 yuan.
they,
Out of the 100 red packets, Lin Fan received a total of 220,310 yuan and a 10x return card. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly and thought to himself, why are they all so useless? Useless. 220,000 yuan plus a 10x return card that could bring in who knew how much money was useless. Then Lin Fan turned his attention to the silver red packets. Do you want to activate the 5 silver red packets? Lin Fan was filled with curiosity about the silver red packets that he received from completing a hidden mission. Without any hesitation, he chose to activate them. Ding, congratulations, you've received 200,000 yuan. Ding, congratulations, you've received 300,000 yuan. Ding, congratulations, you've gained professional guitar playing experience. Play a good guitar song to add more charm. Ding, congratulations, you've received 100,000 yuan. Ding, congratulations, you've received 700,000 yuan. Lin Fan received a total of 1.3 million yuan and professional guitar playing experience from the 5 silver red packets. Lin Fan had a guess in his heart. In the past, the amount of money he received from opening the red packets was less than 100,000 yuan each. On the other hand, all of the silver red packets were worth more than 100,000 yuan. Furthermore, he had received a skill from just 5 silver red packets. According to this calculation, the value of a silver red packet was probably 1 grade higher than a normal red packet, and it was easier to get good things from it. Hidden missions, it seemed that it was necessary to complete them. Just as Lin Fan was deep in thought, an air stewardess slowly walked to his side and said with an extremely sweet voice, "Sir, you can board the flight you're on now." When Lin Fan heard the voice, his heart skipped a beat. He could not help but turn around. With this turn, he almost crashed into the flight attendant's perfect body. In fact, Lin Fan could even feel a slight heat and a faint fragrance from her body. Lin Fan's heart could not help but beat faster as he quickly moved back. At this moment, he realized that the air stewardess in front of him was about 168 cm tall. Her facial features were very delicate and exquisite. Her eyes were clear and her skin was as white as snow. Beautiful. A top-grade beauty. Lin Fan could not help but use his eyes of truth to observe her. Face value 96. Favorability 70. Lin Fan was not surprised by the 96 points. However, a favorable impression of 70. What was going on? He had almost touched her just now, but why did she have such a highly favorable impression of him? After a while, Lin Fan came back to his senses and said, "I'm sorry, I was a little distracted and didn't hear what you said." "You're in first class, so you can board half an hour earlier. You can board now." The beautiful air stewardess voice was very sweet from the beginning to the end. She did not show any displeasure at repeating herself. "All right," Lin Fan replied. Then, under the guidance of the beautiful air stewardess, Lin Fan strolled across the VIP passage. Even during Lin Fan's flight, the beautiful air stewardess was always by his side, asking about his well-being from time to time. She was in the best state to provide the most perfect service. That feeling was as if she was Lin Fan's private flight attendant.
Wait.
While Lin Fan was on the plane, Qin Yuxuan arrived at Madu University on her white Mini Cooper. Then she strolled back to the dormitory with the certificate of conformity, the contract, and other documents. Huang Moli, Zhang Jiang, and Wan Yueru immediately swarmed over. Among them, Zhang Jiang was the most excited. She hugged Qin Yuxuan's arm and said, "Yuxuan, just how do I find a godlike boyfriend like Lin Fan?" "Yuxuan, I'm so envious of you for having such a godlike boyfriend," Wan Yueru said. Huang Moli asked, "Yuxuan, did he give you any gifts yesterday? By the way, what's that you're holding?" Qin Yuxuan looked at the three people's eager and envious expressions, and her heart was filled with happiness again. "You girls don't have to be jealous of me. When the time comes, you'll find suitable partners too," she said happily. Then Qin Yuxuan showed the documents and keys in her hands. She said, "This is Lin Fan's birthday present to me." "Oh my God, it's a car!" Huang Moli cried out in surprise. "What, a Mini Cooper? Let me see, let me see." Zhang Jiang was excited. "Wow." Wan Yueru added, "And it's the top-tier Mini Cooper." "What, let me see, let me see." Zhang Jiang was excited. "Wow, it's my favorite white color. Isn't this design way too beautiful?" It was obvious that Wan Yueru had done some research on cars. As for Zhang Jiang, she was only interested in the car's color and its good looks. Huang Moli could not help but ask, "How much does the top-end Mini Cooper cost?" "Including the specs, it's estimated to be about 400,000 yuan, Wan Yueru said. "What?" Huang Moli cried out in surprise. "My God, with the helicopter and roses, wouldn't this birthday cost 600,000 to 700,000 yuan? "Yuxuan, where did he take you to eat?" Huang Moli asked again. "A 3-star Michelin restaurant," Qin Yuxuan said. "Wouldn't that cost a few thousand more?" Huang Moli praised. Qin Yuxuan opened her mouth and hesitated for a moment, but she still said honestly, "He booked the entire restaurant." Silence. The entire dormitory was silent. Huang Moli, Zhang Jiang, and Wan Yueru's mouths were wide open as they stared at Qin Yuxuan. There was only envy on their faces. "God, he's definitely a godlike boyfriend," Zhang Jiang mumbled.
Wait.
At that moment, Lin Fan had successfully arrived in Jiangbei City under the meticulous care of the beautiful flight attendant. After getting off the plane, Lin Fan went straight to the parking lot. Soon he arrived at the Lamborghini and sat in it. His phone vibrated slightly. It was 12 p.m. The red packets appeared. "Ding, congratulations, you've received 1 yuan. Ding, congratulations, you've received 5,000 yuan.
喂
Ding, congratulations, you've received 2,000 yuan. Ding, congratulations, you've received 10,000 yuan. Ding, congratulations, you've received 3 yuan. Lin Fan received a total of 30,304 yuan from today's red packets. He casually put his phone down and was about to start the Lamborghini. At this moment, the beautiful air stewardess figure appeared beside him. Her perfect figure leaned against the window as she said sweetly, "We meet again. I live a few kilometers away. Can you please give me a ride?" Lin Fan hesitated for a moment before nodding, "Sure." "Thank you," the beautiful air stewardess said. Then she sat in the passenger's seat happily. Lin Fan did not start the car immediately. Instead, he said, "Actually, I have a girlfriend." This beautiful air stewardess had been taking special care of him from the VIP lounge to the plane. Now she even took the initiative to ask him to send her home. Lin Fan was not a fool, how could he not see through her thoughts? The beautiful air stewardess' face was as usual and she even smiled. "I know." She knew. However, she still. Lin Fan was stunned. Then he used his eyes of truth to observe the beautiful flight attendant again. Face value 96. Favorability 80. Lin Fan was stunned once more. The beautiful air stewardess knew that he had a girlfriend, but her impression of him had increased rapidly. At this moment, not far away, a well-proportioned air stewardess kissed a middle-aged man with a big belly. Then the two of them got into a black Mercedes. Seeing this, a lot of people are envious of flight attendants like us. All we do every day is fly around and have fun, the beautiful air stewardess sighed. However, what they don't know is that we work very hard every day, but we only earn 10,000 yuan. Due to the nature of our work, we often meet people who have quite a lot of assets. Under the temptation of money and benefits, many people have gradually fallen. The beautiful air stewardess lowered her head and said, "Actually, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but there was once a boss in his 50s who offered me 50,000 yuan a month and asked me to work for him for 2 years. At that time I was almost tempted." Then the beautiful air stewardess looked at Lin Fan with a nervous look and asked, "Do you really look down on people like me?" Lin Fan shook his head. "The reason why most people work so hard is just to have a better life. But it's rare to see someone as honest as you.